Alrighty. Without any unnecessary ado, let's just get right down to it, shall we? Hey, Chippy. Get comfy, bud. You know, you'd probably be more comfy if you didn't rip all the stuffing out of your bed. You goofy pupper. Sith, good evening. Oh, well, we are back here in Sky. Let's see. Well, I guess let's create an instance. Oh, of course, we're just like 2 minutes shy of getting an extra freebie here to for a speed run. But all right, whatever. That's all good. By the way, Sith, how are you holding up with the heat? I know big chunks of Europe are like 40 degrees the last couple of days, and y'all don't have air conditioning, I know, so. Two box fans in your room. Just getting by, huh? And at DFO, happy Sunday to you as well. $102 gross. Which, yeah, 102, by the way. 102F for the Euros is about 39C. So, yeah, it's gross also. Chunky one. Yeah, your dad borrowed some from his construction company. Bull. Yeah, the crew had to just take the whole week off. I believe it. Though, yeah, construction in the U.S. happens even if it's north of 40 degrees. Because in places like Texas and New Mexico or Arizona, those temperatures are just normal. Yeah, where I grew up as a kid, triple digit temperatures, so, like above 38 C, um, weren't an everyday thing, but they weren't rare. It would like jump up to like 100 for a couple of days and then dip down into the low 90s, but it would stay in the like 90s or like mid 30s Celsius for weeks at a time. And it was and the humidity was always at least 80%, if not higher. American boomers despise the concept of workers having rights or protections. Even though most of them had cushy union jobs where they had amazing health care, 4 weeks of paid vacation, endless sick days, and got paid the modern purchasing power equivalent to $45 an hour at their part time job in high school. But, workers having rights and protections or adequate salary now, well, that's communism. There's socialism. Now give me my social security. If you ever want to make a boomer truly lose his mind with doublethink and cognitive dissonance, just remind him that Social Security and Medicare are socialist policies. Yeah, affordable housing will never happen anywhere uh, because old people own houses and are the single most consistent and reliable voting bloc in every country. So, the quickest way to ensure that the people who vote for you um, will continue to vote for you is to always make sure that property values continuously go up over time. Welcome to the wide world of misaligned incentives. Where? We need to just move a bit since that guy is up in the sky and just does not feel like coming down. So, anyway. In later news, what is everybody up to tonight? Leveling from 44 in Frisia. Okay. To every night, Grubble slavery. Waiting for the kids to go to bed. Oh, very good. Although, hey, you know what? On the subject of Grubble slavery, you know, it's... Ooh. You know. Because we got a Azarak backstabbing us. You know, hey, it's the longest possible time before more Guild Wars. So, you know, at least there's that. Ready for light Guild Wars? You know, I mean, we have plenty of time for more OP characters and weapons and whatnot between now and then. So I'm not sure if I'm ready. I'm as ready as I can be right now, but you know, who knows what kind of human rights, you know, ultra limited character is gonna get released. You know, like maybe Summer Razia here in a couple of days. Light destroyer weapon? No, I have never set foot in Versusia, so I do not have any destroyer weapons. Which I guess means I am not actually as ready as I could be. Because I am missing that. Though I should actually get to work doing Versusia at some point. I mean, I know I can do that fight. You know, doing well. I mean, I need like 1,000 gold moons of my own. Oh. You know, the only luminous weapon I have is the one from the ticket. Plus, you know, surely we'll be getting more superlative upgrades to keep up, right? Like that's gonna be a thing, right? What the? Essence... What? 2 Essence Harvesters just came in. Because this Azarak went completely the wrong direction. Like, from here, he went up to... Where the hell did he even go? Yeah, like, he teleported over here to Horse Island. And... He's right there. Okay, alright, whatever. I mean, he... Yeet! See ya, Chief! What? Okay, that guy just. Plane of Sky really is a zone of all time. uh, man. This place, I tell you. Formal Osiris. Oh. Ah. I am, Look, my body is ready, but my crystals are not. Oh. Hello, Protector of Sky. Hello. You're like, go for formal Osiris or hold out for like Summerazia. Ugh. This is gonna be a we're gonna have a stacked couple of banners. Similarly, you know, my body is definitely not ready for the next Princess Connect banner. Like, not even vaguely ready. You need, yeah, powered up Sheffy. Well, we're getting, you know, Summer Louise Marie first. Which is glorious. Just need a Sheffy to cool off with. What do we get here? Anna and a Geza. All right, we still have not gotten a Hedda rune, which we need a couple of. Yep, yeah, makes total sense. Yeah, why would anything nice ever happen? Exactly. Wait, I don't know. Wait, we don't need Keeper of Souls at this point. We're just gonna move along to Spearox. You know, see if you probably could actually mana detonation yourself from one island to the next here. There's not that big of a gap there. It's probably just a little too small to jump, or a little too wide to jump, but I don't know, actually, that gap right there might be jumpable. Mana detonation, you could absolutely pop yourself over the gap, as we saw last night with that one Drake just yeeting us clean off the island. No, but surely something nice will happen tonight. I can feel it in my bones. We're gonna get some good drops tonight. Oh. Cajoling Whisper's neck? Maybe. I forget what we need for that still. What do we need for that? Oh, we need the glowing necklace off the Sister of the Spire. Okay, yeah. Totally possible. Thing is, we have the Windrune Fauna. Not to be confused with the Windrune Pecora. Or the Windrune Bao Bao. Which, yeah, if for anyone who did not get that joke, congratulations. You're not a completely degenerate weeaboo. Well, I mean, you might be a complete degenerate, but, no, at least not a degenerate weeaboo. So, you know, you got that much going for you. Because yeah, I would like to actually see what the cooldown is on the charm necklace, even if it's just cajoling whispers instead of a lure. Though remember, puppet strings are readily available at this point. They've got limited charges, but anybody can use them. Yeah, I don't think anybody actively enjoys Plane of Sky very much. Some speculative reasons why Cajoling Neck will be A+. Okay. I'm interested to hear your hypothesis here. Because, I mean, free charm is always useful. Pal Berserk Ench? Very good. So, interesting that... So, oh, okay, would increase max level of charm effects by 1 per rank. Yeah, but the item is going to be casting the tier 0 version of the spell. So, it'll just cast regular vanilla Cajoling Whispers. Way to improve on Pal Zerk Ench. Like, drop Ench for neck. That really wouldn't necessarily be an improvement per se. That would be a just change of gameplay style. Because, you know, Enchanter is a support class. Necro is a pretty close to a pure damage class. I mean, you know, damage with a side of healing. So, yeah, very different style. Because, like, you're losing out on slow in that scenario. Because I... So, it's an if... Yeah, I don't... Yeah, like... I don't think... because, like, the way the way I presume spells are coded is that, like, rank 0 of a spell and rank 1 of a spell are, for database purposes, different entities. And the click effect, you know, is basically a database pointer that points to the rank 0 version of the spell. So even if you have the rank 7 version in your spell book, basically rank, because that's basically how, like, ranked spells work in live, where you've got rank 1, 2, and 3 versions of a spell. They are different spells. It's just the higher ranks replace the lower ranks in your spell book, but, like, a click effect casts the rank 1 version. So I presume that is how they will work here. Because that would also then, like, raise the question if you're, let's say, because also, remember, you can scribe every spell in the game, regardless of what class you are. You know, you don't have to have leveled Shaman or Druid to scribe Spirit of Cheetah. You know, but if you're a warrior, you can get your Spirit of Cheetah pauldrons, and then, you know, if the spell upgrade system works, you would be able to upgrade that spell in the book, and then have your shoulders cast a better Spirit of Cheetah. So yeah, I assume they're just different database entries. I mean, that's, you know, entirely based on assumptions from how Live is coded. You know, so if it doesn't work that way, you know, I'll, you know, I will rescind my comments, but that's my assumption. Think behind the scenes, every time you upgrade a spell, it's going to disappear off your spell gems. Unscribe the old version, autoscribe the new version. Oh, I don't know. And oh, there's the finally. Oh, that's the Shadow Knight haste belt. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay. Well, we can get the Shadow Knight haste belt. Now that being said, though, I think that does. I think it would open up the possibility for clicky items in the future to cast upgraded versions of spells, or for the Exalt itself to be upgraded and cast higher versions. You know, so there are more avenues here. You know, more opportunities to make numbers go up. For now, yeah. So, yeah, if you were able to click for higher tier upgraded versions of the spell, then yeah, suddenly, you know, and whether it's by upgrading the item itself or upgrading the Exalt or upgrading the spell or whatever, if you were able to do that, then yeah, the level cap on Cajoling Whispers starts mattering a lot less. Assuming the upgrades do, in fact, increase the cap on the spell, the level cap on the spell, as opposed to one, two. Oh, is that a? Oh, there is an essence carrier on the island, right there. Okay, we need to. The first thing we need to do is actually just pull that essence carrier away. Kill it. And then we can do the island normally. Just want to play Paladin? I mean, you can just copy me. Or, you know, maybe add some Monk or some Ranger or something. I think Ranger, for example, would add a, you know, you get a nice, you get dual wield, you get a good block cap, you get track, you get all kinds of fun stuff. And on top of Ranger, maybe add Shaman or something. Get some slows and some buffs. I think you might have. I think you could have something there. So now you give the Rangers some love. He tried to mana detonation me. What a jabroni. Also, see, we checked for the essence carrier before we started pulling things. You know, we're learning here. We're learning from our past wipes. Rogue is good. Backstab Slay Undead does hilarious amounts of damage. Rogue also just adds all that nice utility from Hide and Sneak. Super useful. You get all the utility from the poisons. Admittedly, they are, you know, gated behind proc RNG, so that's a consideration, but still just a broad toolkit on top of a goodly amount of damage. You know, track is useful for tracking things. Or just being able to see the whole zone on your radar, you know. Poisons do not require materials. Nope. They are actually the only group of abilities classified as disciplines right now. Yeah, they're just toggles. We're apparently using race cheese. Yep, Rangers also get to forage. They got that going for them, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, poison making as a trade skill is just gone. You just do not have to deal with that at all. Yeah, even 1 point of tracking massively increases your radar range. To the point that you can basically see all of Befallen on your radar with 1 point of tracking. Granted, Befallen is not a geographically large zone, but, you know, the point stands. What's after Origin Wizard? Enhancer or Thief? I would say probably Enhancer. Elsham Bard rather than Ench as well. You know, Bard does some things better than Enchanter. Eventually. So, yeah, there's a time and a place for that. Plus, just having all your stuff be permanent passive auras is just really useful. Oh, let's overchannel the slow. Oh, she resisted through overchannel? Really? There we go. And my PR necklace really does just do the bulk of my healing now. Yeah, bards get track, they get melee buffs. The resist buffs are gigantic. Yeah, I mean, bard just does everything. It has the biggest tool, the biggest toolkit of any one class. And Yule, Slabibby, also, yeah, everybody. Happy Sunday evening. Almost open beta time. We got a couple days left. So, almost there. Yeah, not a DPS class, but they do add a lot of damage to everybody else. You know, they are a consummate support class. So, when you are also able to do some semblance of damage, i.e. more than 0, then they can turn you into a DPS class. Is that a... Oh, that's the Ginny Stave. Okay, that's cool. That's actually one of the items that we didn't have yet. Pretty sure. Mage... Ginny Stave, yeah, that's for the Staff of Elemental Mastery. Right, I think? Yeah, the Ginny Stave, yeah, that's for the epic drop. And, okay. Well, we take those, I guess. And let's kill a few Sphinxes. See if we can get ourselves a golden hilt, perhaps. Would be nice. And hopefully it will not bring any drakes with it. Very good. Let's see. Knight plus Ench versus Bard. Yeah, decent trade either way, yeah. Yeah, no, different... I mean, it's worth noting, you know, Bard is going to want a lot of AA investment. Enchanter works right out of the box. You know, Enchanter gives you, you know, AoE Mez at 16 that just wins the game. On the other hand, you know, Bard will crank your resists up by like, you know, 100 or 150 points. So, you know, so yeah, you know, different tools for different jobs. Yeah, getting the, yeah, Paladin is such a good chassis on which to build. Because you get tank stats that are good enough. You know, not as good as Warrior, but good enough. And, you know, you get a mana pool, which isn't actually that far behind a full caster. And you get healing that exists. I will say, especially on the leveling process, like, yeah, Paladin eventually gets superior healing, but man, I mean, you get greater healing at 30. You don't get superior healing until 46. That's a gap. Yeah. And support value. So wait, what's the, alright, Sith would, alright. Rift had some kind of analysis website for a while. Like how much value a support class provided by buff uptime. Okay, so reverse calculated, what we would call, a DPS or attributed DPS. Yeah, the Paladin heals are fine for topping yourself off between fights, like prior to getting superior healing. Actual in-combat healing is pretty inefficient. It's more than 0. You know, it is absolutely more than 0. In combat healing, and LOH is a thing. LOH is a great feature. You know, I will never shortchange the value of LOH. No. You know, the ability to just not die is a good ability. As long as you can, you know, remember to actually use it instead of hoarding it like a Megalixir forever. Which is, you know, I have a habit of treating it like a Megalixir. You know, I've just always been that way. The slight Warcraft logs that Geometric players would call for proper support classes. Yeah, so many people, you know, here's one of my problems with like Final Fantasy 14. In 14, healing is a non-job. Tanking is a non-job because if you are tanking, you are in tank stance, and aggro just basically holds itself. Healing is, well, healers have basically infinite mana, so healing is not really a job. Just you push certain buttons once in a while, and the party doesn't die. But so many things are, so many fights in 14 are dependent on instant kills. You know, if somebody sticks a toe in the fire that they're not supposed to stand in, they just die instantly. And you probably lose the fight automatically because that lost DPS will probably cause you to fail the arbitrary timer on the fight. Unless you are wildly overgeared for the fight. We're gonna probably get a... Oh, yeah, those drakes are getting a little bit close. I'm gonna pull back a little bit. So, like, even for healers and tanks in 14, like, the only metric anybody cares about is how much DPS they do. It's like the only way to measure the skill of a high-end healer. How much DPS can they weave in while between heals? Yeah, or, yeah, actually, it's a good question, you know. Yeah, it's, how many heals are they forced to weave in between their DPS rotation? Yep, I know. Yep, gotta clear my Guild Wars boxes, which fortunately only takes like 5 minutes now. You know, people on EQ rightly back in the day complained about death touches as a raid mechanic just being dumb, and the game basically cheating. Um, I mean, 14 raids are all about death touches, just with an extra step. You know, if you stick a toe in the fire, you get death touched. If you don't stick a toe in the fire, you're fine. that's that's like the entirety of every fight in 14. You know, just do the Simon Says routine, and as long as you do what Simon says, you'll win. Oh, the VOD, you ran out the belt. Hey, Trap. Hey, well, we're just getting started here. We're gonna maybe something nice will happen. I believe it. I feel it in my bones. Yeah, the unavoidable nature of DTs, was a big part of the complaint, and rightly so. Whereas in 14, it's a case of every single mechanic of every single fight is a DT with an extra step. Do the particular step of the hokey pokey that you're supposed to do at this moment in time, and you don't get DT'd. But if you don't stick your right foot in and then proceed to take your right foot out at the correct pace, and then if you don't shake it all about, then you get DT'd, and that's what it's all about. And I will say, to 14's credit, over the years, fights have gotten better at communicating to players what they are supposed to do. Unlike the old days where the thing over your head for gather together or spread apart was the same icon. You just had to you'd see the icon, you'd guess at one or the other, and if you guessed wrong, you wiped and you started over again. So the game's gotten better at communicating its instructions to its players. Well, in most fights. Some fights just have some really, really arcane, just goofy mechanics that are very arbitrary and don't really make sense. I think those are becoming less the case, except in Ultimate, which is just designed to be complete arcane, esoteric nonsense. Yeah, before there was Don't Stand in the Fire, we had Don't Stand, just duck. Oh, and heat index is going to be 115. Gross. Very gross. Most streamers are going on Rivervale. Well, you know what? We're gonna be coming live from the mean streets of Freeport. So yeah, if everybody else wants to, hang out on Rivervale, yeah, more power to them. Type and click. Hello. Thoughts on Wizneck Bard? All right. Going pretty heavy into the blasting category. I'll tell you, Arcane Mastery Invocation here is awesome and makes multi-incaster builds actually feel pretty good. You're not gonna be face tanking the universe like I do, but that's okay. If you wanted to face tank the universe, you would have put a tank in your kit. Playstyle is probably going to look more like a classic caster of running around kiting everything, or, and topping up your life with taps when necessary. If that's the playstyle you want, yeah, more power to you. You're going to need probably more gear to solo some of the pinnacle bosses than what a more orthodox tank healer combo would do. But yeah, you'll get to the same place eventually. Yep, and Shadow Knight counts as an incaster, absolutely. And with as spell upgrades become a thing, caster builds are going to be eaten real good. And did this one, I think this one thing, I think Secrets did put some Natchpote leaks. Let me check dev comments before I say this. Oh yeah, Natchpote's leak of the day. Implement spell upgrade effects, cast recovery, and reuse time. So, one of the big things you're going to be getting from spell upgrades, as well as other effects, is reductions in global cooldown and reuse time on spells. Which on paper to the uninitiated might sound like a not super sexy, especially like global cooldown time, might not sound like a super sexy, exciting upgrade. It really is, because that increases your ability to just spam cast, and chain spell after spell after spell, and pour on the damage or pour on the healing. Yeah, so let's see. So, now that you've been discovered, how will you redeem yourself? Let's see. Oh, yeah, shield worth of shit pre-30, because there really aren't any. The lowest level shield that's probably worth anything, Mistmore shield, and, for the classes that can use it, Aegis of Life. Before that, there's like the equivalent of equivalent of like a bronze shield, and that's about it. There are just not that many, kind of like armor for the most part, until you get to going by pre-Legends itemization standards. Before about level 30, there's banded, there's bronze. That's kind of it. Also, this Heartsbane Drake, I think we're going to, can we get him? He might be too close to those greens. I think we can get him solo. Yeehaw. Yeah, and then Melody, yeah. Then Melody 3 to 4 more. Yeah, you can just run, like... If you want to go full support mode, you can basically run every song in the game that's worth running simultaneously. It's kind of goofy, actually. Don't stand there and cast, please. You might aggro other idiots. Ice Comet. I don't want to be ice cometed, but okay, apparently I don't have a say in this. Though that being, you know, the melody potential might maybe Bard songs, you know, won't necessarily get as much global cooldown reduction, if any, for that reason. So yeah, next beta phase, yeah, it'll be the 1st to the 21st. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? I can't see the dang Mog Dragon. There he is. Okay. Oh man, this Drake is just spamming Markar's Clash on me. Bro is seriously just coming out swinging. Yeah, get on quickly and yeah, get your name locked in. So, Core 3 and 2 porters to 30. All class that would be helpful in the Fiery Avenger questline. Depending on how hard you wreck some of your Freeport factions before you do Soulfire, you might need a rogue to sneak and buy the stuff and do some of the turn-ins in the bar in East Freeport, like we saw during the guide. But there, you know, a bard at level 10 is fine. You just need to practice sneak a little bit. Yeah. Because it's really easy to wreck your Freeport merchant faction. But and since, you know, there's a spot where you do have to just buy some booze off a vendor. Although the female bartender, when she's on staff, she is on her own separate faction. That is less likely to be broken by your good guy shenanigans. Level to farm Fishbone. The mob in question is, I think, level 28. And not super hard. So somewhere in the 20s. You know, at some point, yeah, when you're in the 20s and passing through Kinos Hills anyway, just go over and pop him. He'll probably be up, and he'll probably drop it. So. Yep. And the faction hit for killing him is pretty mild. We finally got it. We finally got the Golden Hilt. We can finally get our Thelvorn. We can finally stop killing these dumb drakes and dumb sphinxes. We can finally move on with our life. See, something nice happened. Alright, alright. It's that time again. Place your bets. You've got a hot minute here to get your Iovation bets in. Also, yeah, in addition to a lot of streamers apparently going to Rivervale, looks like that is kind of settling in as the unofficial roleplay server. So, yeah, Wednesday gonna be a good time. Also, yeah, I have a dumb little plan for Wednesday that we're gonna do. Should hopefully be amusing. Thank you. Yeah, see, a little just took a little persistence, and we're good on cleric buffs for now. So in standard. Yep, it's in the dev comments. So. I guess Freeport will just be the unofficial, goody two shoes players who like beating up bad guys server. Okay, let's see here. DFO on 7. Inea 6. Judge 11. Charlize 5. If you guess correctly, then you will have the opportunity to play beta on Wednesday. The price is $19.99. All right, bets are closed. Incoming. Feltorvo with the last minute 3. 1 resist. Number 2. 2. 2 was the winning answer this time. Did anybody bet 2? I don't think anybody... Nope. No winners this time. Everybody just kind of danced around it. You're thinking Shimmering Pearl? Oh, that'd be terrible, because we already have one of those. It's in the bank right now, but... Yeah, we already got one. Not in beta right now. Only thing you can do right now is download launcher. Yep. Because you download the launcher, and even then, keep in mind you're gonna have to like repatch a lot of files on Wednesday as a whole new build gets pushed out. Yeah, you can see all the locked servers. So you can stare longingly into their eyes. But yeah, you can look but not touch. It's like a strip joint. Unlike in, especially the French parts of Canada, where you can absolutely do a lot more than just look. The clubs in Montreal, in particular, very much worth the price of admission. Three. 4. 4 on the recast there. Unlocked all the classes? Nope. Because that requires completing, you know, all of the sky quests for a given class. And yeah, Montreal is an awesome city. I thoroughly enjoy Montreal. It's a 9-hour drive for me to get up there, so it's not a place I go regularly anymore, but used to go once a year for work. Always had a good time. And we got another Ifriti Greatstaff. This is the 4th one of these we've gotten, by the way. So if we want more cudgels, you know, we can do that. Let's go get our Thelvorn at least. Sphinx Claw. Grab item. Oh, and the Wind Rune Geza. Right? Okay. And actually, the Wind Rune we dropped earlier is the one we need for Thelvorn, so... You know what? We've got several others in our, in our possession anyway, but hey, you know what? We take those. There we go. Thelvorn, Blade of Light. Does this actually look like anything? I assume it's like a rusty one-hander. Oh no, it's the Lamentation graphic. Yeah, it's the Lamentation graphic. Okay. Yeah, at least we got it. So, that's something. Type solo non-respawning. There we go. I've been up here for like 30 hours. What do you think, Vin? The reaction, the SJ as I do the loading screen. 0 great staffs, like 5 of everything else. I mean, I'll trade. Are great staffs tradable? No, they're not. Dang, it's like I'd send you 2 of them in the mail if they were tradable. All right, so solo instances are bugged with regards to wind runes right now. In solo instances, and this is a known bug, in solo instances, the only wind runes you will ever get are 2 off of the Protector of Sky. And that's it. This place at the moment to see what drops in the new dungeons. That would be the Legends Wiki. If it's updated, which... yeah, not everything is 100% updated, but it's pretty good. Also, yeah, Glory Be, Sister Island provides. We don't have to do Sister Island. Well, we'll do Sister herself, and that's it. We will not do, we don't have to kill Sphinxes anymore. But, well. Alright. Yeah, a bunch of people have been updating the wiki as they go. Now, it's a fork of the Project 99 wiki. So a lot of basic stuff is was just there by default, ready to go. And stuff's just been getting updated, especially as zones get revamped and whatnot. Alright, you were able to log in. Very good. Yep. Yeah, the Legends wiki was started off, yeah, as a fork of the Project 99 wiki. Because a lot of the basic information on P99 wiki is still valid. Now, most of Old World still is what it was. Now, other than the zones getting revamped or certain specific mechanics getting reworked, or especially the addition of Beast Lord and Berserker, which are not on Project 99. Oh, hello, Protector of Sky. He popped right off the bat this time. Great. That saves us a lot of time. That was funny. We kept getting punted straight up, but we were able to cast through it. I see 2 Azaracs on Hate. They must be up above me or something. Oh, I see. Yep, J-Boots are indeed back on the menu. They don't drop every time. So you might have to kill Drelsna. I assume it drops off Drelsna. You'll have to kill her a few times. But good news, keys are no longer temporary. We get an Azia. Okay, we needed an Azia. And Hedda, finally. Ah, it's the first Hedda we've ever gotten. Finally. We can do a turn-in with that Hedda rune. That makes... see, things are looking up. Yep, keys are no longer no rent. Just acquire them once and keep them forever. You don't have to give them back when you log out. Though, admittedly, now that you have your own copy of the zone, getting fresh copies of keys is not hard. You know, you run through, you kill the key dropper, you go and you open the next door. It's not like you have to, wait in line for like 4 consecutive camps, to get access to the last camp in line behind all the keys. Yeah. That Ozia key also, by the way, enables us to do a turn-in of some sort. We can get the Thunderforged Earring for Ranger. We do not have... we don't... Alright, that one we don't have yet. Urvage's Flute, we do not have that one yet. Not that we care. Shroud of the Sky for Berserker. Ooh. We would need the... Yeah, right. We would need to do Gorgolosk for that, but we could do that for Shroud of the Sky. If we cared. Strength Wiz Dex. It's not a bad pair of shoulders. I actually... Hold on. No. Unfortunately, Pauldrons of Power is not Berserker usable. So, yeah, we would not be able to put that Raging Strength buff on there. It's just a strength buff anyway, so not a big deal. Yeah, Ozia. Oh, we could Shalala. Oh, we can get the gold white pendant from Mage if nothing else. Sphinx Heart Amulet, we do not have the Pulsating Ruby. Yeah, Orby, yeah, alright. We can make either the Ranger Earring or the Mage Doohickey. And with Hedda, let's see, Obtenebrink Guard. We can make the Shadow Knight Shield, which we won't make. Oh, we can make the Vermilion. Yeah, buddy. We can make the, Shaman Feign Death Ring. Hell yeah. Harmonic Spear. We could make that, but we're not going to. Or at least I think we could make that one. Azarak Skin Wrist Wraps. That's the Beast Lord wrist. Don't need that. I don't care. Magician. Oh, that's also used for the Staff of Elemental Mastery. We don't have the large opal, and we wouldn't bother with making that anyway, but... we can make Windstriker, also. Oh, hell yeah. We're gonna make Windstriker. Hell yeah. As much as I would like to make the Feign Death Ring, we're gonna make Windstriker. Alright. Alright, Rangers. We're gonna make some Ranger love. Yep. We can, It's the Arbiter. Alright, Banisher. It would not surprise me, by the way, talking about pets. Would not surprise me at all if pet classes collectively got some AAs down the road to add extra gear slots. Total conjecture on my part, but that seems like a pretty easy thing to add. Yeah, a muskie. Yeah, the Windstriker makes archery worthwhile. We are gonna 100% play with that. That might be our That might be our goal for tomorrow, is just go play with Windstriker. UE in-game chat. Let me see what... Unbricking a bow build, good luck. Remember when every league was bow league? I remember. And that adds one of the classes in your combo to your pet. Oh, well, remember. Oh yeah, to make it an actual triple class. That'd be kind of interesting. You set your main class. Add your main class to your pet. If pet was its own class, there are players who would do it. Yeah, you know it. Ugh. Look, I know what happens on the bench in Ul'dah. And Warrior, Rogue, Berserker pet. Oh, that would be absolutely terrifying. If we can get the Ivory Sky Diamond off the Spirok Lord, then we'd be sitting pretty. Also, we're actually gonna be, so we'll do the white earring thing, and we'll actually be very close to just unlocking Ranger as a class. Yeah, I think, pets can already use gear of your class. I think what they mean is actually adding, like, your main class to the pet so that it becomes a tri-class NPC. So it gains the abilities of your main class. Yeah, I think it would only really work because I don't think, like, having 2 copies of the same class on the pet, I don't think would do anything. So, you know, it would require a little, you'd have to, like, build, or you'd have to, like, work that into your setup where you're summoning a pet that is a different class than you are. So, you know, SKs have kind of a disadvantage there. Or, you know, if the SK wants to use a pet, it subs mage or something, and then gets to have Shadow Knight elemental pets. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, all that being said, yeah, pets are going through a major wave of iteration. So, and you know, and they already got a nice bump with just all becoming dual class by default. So, you know, every pet has at least warrior stats, if nothing else, which means they will push the cleave button on cooldown. Very useful. Yeah, shaman pets are actually quite useful just because they're beast lords. So they will, if you don't slow the enemy, the pet will do its best to slow for you. It'll be a weak slow, but it's more than 0. You know, plus those cold fast cast stun goodies that Beast Lords love to use. It will absolutely spam those until it runs out of mana. Unrest for anything important. There's a couple of quests that take you through Unrest at one point or another. Like the Divine Might quest takes you in there. It's on the to-do list for revamps, so it will probably be more worth your time at some point in the future. Right now, it just, is kind of behind the power curve compared to Befallen and Najina. Because I don't think there's any, like, really noteworthy drops or anything in there. Again, other than a handful of quest drops that may or may not be substantial. Well, having casters just stop spamming root in general would be a major NPC AI upgrade. Just you've done the Unrest Guck so many times. Yep. I get it. Well, yeah, part of the idea with revamping zones and also adjusting the level ranges on them and such is to open up more leveling routes than just living in Guck for half of your life. Yeah, enemies just love casting root over and over and over and over and over. Yep, Guck is so efficient. The enemies pop so quickly. They're generally pretty low on HP, other than Ghoul Lord, who at least has loot to make up for. Plus, there's so many useful items to pick up along the way. You're breaking out in highs thinking of Guck. Well, I mean, you've seen how many hours I've spent in Guck, here on closed beta. And another high quality, or another fine cloth rement. That's for the necro thing. Okay, whatever. That's at least a different drop than what we've seen before, so I'll tolerate that. You're in your nightmares. Well, better to be in your nightmares than in your walls. Ah, crap. I clicked up before I clicked invis. Good. Okay. Yeah, all those stepsisters stuck in the wall. Which reminds me, Delving Steve's best name in the past was Step Steve stuck in the wall. Or Step Steve stuck in the mine. You can make a heck of a Wolverine outfit. Okay. So is that going to be your, that going to be the plan, or sticking with the, a tinfoil hat, greets as well, or you're going to stick with the Green Lantern, fashion quest? Because, as we all know, fashion is the real end game. The jump from 2 to 3 doing any solo. Nothing in 2 outlasted my slow, not even in a rook. First mini in 3. Oh yeah, because you get to 3 and suddenly everything has 1 extra class. So the mini bosses are triple classed, and so's Inaruk. The extra class means, that much more resource stacking. So yeah, everything gets a lot more HP. Well, or especially if they go from like having like a caster class and a tank class to having 2 tank classes. That's the big upgrade. Especially a lot of the minis are, and Inaruk himself, are casters by default. So they have pretty low HP. But, oh, hey, there's the glowing diamond. I'm pretty sure we have one of those already. I'm gonna, because that's the, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like the glowing, that's the horn, right? Yeah, it's for Denon's Horn of Disaster. I am pretty sure we have one of those banked. Diamond. Yeah, we have one of those banked already. And Glory Be, we can just skip the Sphinxes, skip the Drakes, go straight to the portal. And move on. Yeah. Yeah, and also consider, with the opportunity for the enemy to roll 2 tank they get 2 chances now, or 2 2 extra classes on top of their base class. Yeah, they've now got 2 chances to roll just something tankier than a cloth caster. And also, yeah, get your bets in. You got about 1 minute, if that, to place your bets while I cast Word of the Divine. Got 20 minutes on haste, so we're good. 11, 7, 3, 18. Whoa. God. Tinfoil hat of not very optimistic this time. going for the big money long shot. He knows the fix is in. All right. Bet's going once. Bet's going twice. Going into Mage Hunter before I forget. Entire mana bar? Well, at 20% mana, I would just stop slowing and I would just suck it up and say, you know what, we're just killing it full speed. Cursed guess. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Bets are closed. Here it comes. It's coming right for us. All right, first resist. No ace this time. Resist. Number 10 going, or with that, not number 10. Number 3 going out. Nope, no good. Here's number 4. Nope, no good. Number 5. Show me the money. Nope. Here's 6. Nope. Lucky 7. Nope. That 18. I don't know. Because here comes 8. 8. 8 was the answer. Did anyone actually guess 8? I don't think anybody actually guessed 8. Eight, still pretty bad. All right. Okay, I was wondering if this thing counted as the avatar of a deity, and it does not. Which is a shame. Another symbol ovation. Rip. We dropped like 2 of those yesterday. Alright, there's our Windrune Heda. Alright, the the Ozia, I think we can just... Oh, no, that's the white gold earring. Yeah, we're going to turn that in. Oh, white gold earring, grab item. With the Ozia, okay. And then, shimmering pearl. Grab that. Plus the Ifriti Warbow. Grab item. Talk to the Ranger Spirit. He doesn't even have a name. Here we go. We get the Thunderforged Earring to cast Careless Lightning every... has a cast time of 12 seconds. What? For 100 damage nuke? Like, really? But Windrune Hedda, Shimmering Pearl, and Ifriti Warbow is Windstriker. Oh boy. Now this, yeah, 45-60 out of the gate. Procs Whirlwind, which is an unresistible spin stun. You know, it's the same thing the Drake's proc on you. So yeah, that's a that is a beefy item right there. Time, yeah, and yeah, the clickies do not have charges anymore. They just have well, the that particular item does not have a recast time, just a cast time, but most of the clickies now have cooldowns. Oh, and what was the Shadow Knight Pegasus hide? Oh, we just need the finely woven cloth belt and a Windrune Denna, which we absolutely have plenty of. Not in the Dragon Horde, though, apparently. Oh, we only have one Windrune Denna. Let me actually check. Is there anything else that, like, really needs a Denna? And if we wanted to make extra Cudgels of the Fool, we need Dennas for that, but whatever. Honeycomb Belt, don't care. Just of summoning the Malaise Shoulders for Mage, yeah. Crystal Mask for Rogue, needs a Denna. Pegasus Hide Belt, Augmenter's Mask for Wizard. Quite a few things use Denna, but you know what? We'll grab this one off the Shadow Knight from Sarkis Ebonblade. There we go. Pegasus Hide Belt. And if we look at untapped potential, by the way, for classes, Berserker, you know, we've gotten 2 done. Cleric, we're actually getting pretty close on Cleric. Enchanter, getting there. Monk, we haven't really done. Necro. Oh yeah, the Necro thing with the Black Silk Cape. The Fine Cloth Rament is just a really crappy shoulder item. Okay. Paladin, we're like, we've done half of those. Ranger, yeah. We still need the Earthshaker Mantle And the Griffin Talon necklace for Ranger, which would require a Griffin Talon comes from Gorgolosk. And the Earthshaker mantle, say Windrune Kala, and the Spirok Earth Totem. We can actually, I think, make that right now. As a matter of fact, Kala and Spirok Totem. Okay, if we have any Kalas left, which we might have used all of our Kalas. Oh, we've got one left. But I'll use is Kala before I turn this one in. Kildorn. Oh, Shaman Alacrity. Alright, we already have that one. Songweaver's Mantle, we already have that one. Griffenhide, Arm Guards. Arms for Beast Lord. Thurgis we already did. Nature Walker's Mantle, we really don't care. Alright, yeah, okay. Grab that. And Spirok Earth Totem. That is, turn this into the Ranger Spirit as well. Yeah, cast Earthquake. Instant cast on a 3-minute cooldown. Actually, not bad. And it's a actually good pair of shoulders, just in general. Yeah, like totally valid. Wouldn't necessarily use it over my Pauldrons of Power, but, you know, very respectable. It's okay, yeah, we're like one Gorgolosk drop down away from actually just unlocking Ranger entirely. Now to go get Tailoring, 150, and make a Fleeting Quiver. Level Fletching, make a +10 Mithril Champion Arrow, easy peasy. Yep. Oh, and we're right on time. Cool. Okay. Yes. This is Plane of Sky number 11,144. Alrighty. Should probably just do a, well, we gotta do a full, like, cleric buff loadout real quick. Yeah, as a major negative, you gotta be a ranger. I wonder what the actual quickest way to level up, like, fletching is. What is it? bundled steel arrow shafts. Trivial at 202. Or I guess you make silver-tipped arrowheads before you do anything else. Because that trivial's at 182. To make just the tip. No, actually, your trivial's at 79 blacksmithing. You need a silver bar, medium quality ore, a file, and a flask of water. Okay. Oh yeah, you make like class 1 bone hooked arrows up to 102. Plan to use arrows. Upgrade first to parabolic fletching and small knocks, and then bone shafts. Cheapest way to fletch. So how do you make the mithril champion arrows then? Consideration. Okay. Ooh. Let's see. Yeah, I want to be super fertile and EQL. It's about 20k plat to level fletching and get a mithril champion arrow to +10. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There's vendor mission ticket sold everything for arrowheads up to 200. Water metal file. And then, yeah. Bone hooked arrow. Mithril fletching, mithril bundled arrow shafts, mithril arrowheads, small groove knocks. Combined in a Fairdoll fletching kit. Okay. Oh, cool. And yeah, base damage. Yeah, at +7 has 18, 3 fire damage, 220. Yeah, no race or deity restrictions, so yeah, you can just use it. Should words. Ultimately doubles, yeah, so 22 plus 3. Yeah, the fire does not scale. Rip. Now, can we get a speedy Azarak run again? See ya, Chief. All right. The Azaracs are apparently just kind of tired of my nonsense. They just don't want to get bullied anymore. uh... We spent testing archery. Okay. Data on DPS, stances. As soon as my route falls off, I'm going to just reposition here. So I do not want these idiots behind me. If it'll be decent. Okay. You'll commit to making Ranger for launch? Okay. Yeah, I just realized you're going to be playing Melee Ranger for a long time. Basically, until you get either Windstriker or Raincaller, you're going to be playing Melee Ranger. You know, you're going to have to be Aragorn for a while. And becoming Legolas will be an aspirational goal. Exactly, yeah, Aragorn greater than Legolas anyway, so yeah. Like, where's the downside here? Actually, the one from South Chronomy, yeah, Arrow Quiver will take a while, yeah. Though, Raincaller is a long quest, but totally worth it because you do get the main attraction along the way, which is one of the other two sources of Mana Prez 2, alongside the rare necklace from Runny Eye. And it's just an automatic, side effect of doing the quest. Yeah, the black alloy, the black alloy medallion, exactly. Yeah, and also, yeah, it's a focus on the head slot, which, yeah, there's just no competition for. So, also beneficial. And you probably want Raincaller anyway for the effect. Or just for the hell of it, because it's like the big ranger quest. Yeah, not sure about the cooldown, but does not have charges. Yeah, so because ultimately you'll transfer that click onto your Wind Striker when you get to that point. Is the correct... Oh, no, Protector's over there. Okay. Ay, 621. You know, somehow, in the time it has taken us to attempt to complete, 4 paladin quests, we've accidentally done a dozen other quests in the meantime. We've actually completed far more ranger quests than paladin quests at this point, in Plane of Sky. And Isa and Neza. Okay, I don't think we were suffering a deficiency of either of those, but it is what it is. He was secretly a ranger all along. Ugh. Let's see, Heart Harpies, Gazer. Let's see, do we... I don't wanna have to do Gorgolosk. Like, there's a... What all does Gorg drop that might be, let's see, Gorg has a rogue item, Shadow Knight, neck item, Shaman, neck item, Wizard face item. Mask of Song, which is actually quite good. Yeah, the Bard Mask is actually shockingly good. Griffin Hide Arm Guards. Berserker. Oh, yeah, we were kind of looking at that as the Gorg item. Or the True Wind Earring for Cleric. Sphinx Hair Cord from Enchanters. Clarification for Mages. Monk. Yeah, like the last, Griffin Talon from Gorg. You know what? Since we've gotten so many other things kind of, dealt with, we'll do Gorg. See, I'm actually curious just, like, how many items she even drops at this point. It's been a minute since we've done Gorgolosk. The only trick is, unless you have Harmony, or Bard Pacify, or Bard Mez, you are going to be face tanking 2 enemies at the same time with Gorgolosk. Because there's a There's a Redcon Harpy in the room, and you will almost certainly get the Harpy and Gorg at the same time. But hey, this watchful guard here picked a good time to add. It didn't add so much as just automatically pull itself. Which is okay by me. Yeah, as long as you can kind of dismantle the guards around the house first, it's not so bad. And Gorg +1 isn't so bad. Unless you get really, really unlucky and you just get completely jacked by the Gorgon stuns, which are reasonably easy to resist. But they do it enough, you're going to fail that resist check eventually. You know, a d20 rolls a natural 1 5% of the time. Or 20% of the time if you're me. This crystalline cloud over here. Don't think we really need to pull this thing, but we're going to, just in case. spirited harpy. Hello there. Let's pull you in, give you some land. Oh, okay. Actually, that worked out really well. It pulled Gorg by herself. Nice. I was not expecting that to happen, but I knew that it was a possibility. So, alright, there you go. There's the secret to pulling Gorgolosk. Don't actually pull Gorg herself. Let her assist off of another harpy. Stone Breath have a... Nope, just straight magic check. Go ahead and re-slow. Re-slow. Remez. Oh, we're almost half endurance. That's fine. We'll just hit balance stance for a little while. It'd be nice if Gorgolosk dropped like 4 or 5 items at a time, the way Keeper of Souls does. Not sure how many items she drops per kill. Part of the reason why I want to kill her here, just to actually double check that. Okay, Gorg. 2. We got, alright, kill. Light woolen mask. Did we do that one already? Light woolen mask. Oh, that is the Mask of Song for bards. We will actually take that, and that's just a Weight of the Gods. Okay, so you get like 1 quest item per kill of Gorg, like a lot of the bosses. Because the Weight of the Gods is just one of those zone-wide generic drops. It's the reason why Pally's got res. Knew deep down he was the ranger. Oh. Yeah, you'll take your 90% res and you'll like it. You attack us after we allow you to enter our domain in peace. Yeah, the harpies actually did nothing wrong. They're just hanging out minding their own business. They're actually quite cordial if you talk to them. And you just murder them. Yeah, because Gorgolosk stands right there. But through the power of magical, social chain aggro, she did not bring the Heart Harpy with her. Nor did she bring the Avenging Gazer with her. She just popped out solo. You'll love to see it. Yeah, if we can consistently pull Gorg out solo like that, maybe we'll just add her to the rotation. Now that most of the rest of the rotation is kind of done. Alright, Mr. Spirok Arbiter, hello there. You will take a nap. And Mr. Spirok Banisher. You are the first contestant on Who Wants to Have 0 hit points. Which, being a ranger, he is favored to win that particular game. Oh, we got an official... Hey, another AA. Yeah, so we can buy Archery Mastery 3 or whatever it's called right off the bat. What else? We have... Yeah, we've got Ranger at 22 right now, so... Anyone solo D4 Ivation? I'm sure they have. Because if you go in with Evasive Stance, he basically can't do damage to you. Yeah. Evasive Stance completely trivializes EOV. Yep. Super cheating. Yeah, because remember, Evasive Stance spends endurance based on the melee damage it prevents. EOV does freaking nothing for melee damage, but when you make an enemy miss, you take away its ability to proc, since NPCs can't proc on a miss, unlike players. So you just prevent the life tap procs from ever happening. But that does not get counted against your endurance. Yeah, he barely scratches your endurance in evasive stance. It is completely free. Now, yeah, on one hand, he kind of hard counters defensive stance. And Mage Hunter, he just rips through your endurance bar. Like, it's Mage Hunter doing what it's supposed to do, but yeah, he's just doing enough damage to rip your your endurance bar apart. Solo, first D4 any. Yeah, D4 is not that much worse than D3. A little bit more HP, a little bit more damage, a little faster attacks. Not that bad though. What kit are you going in on? Oh, Berserker Shaman Cleric. Interesting. Yeah. Just a chromatic nuke? Or it's actually an unresistible nuke. Yeah, it may or may not actually be a life tap. I'm not sure. But either way, it is unresistible. So... like, I wish it was just a chromatic nuke. So you'd at least have some... like, maybe if you went in with, like, full Bard resist or something, maybe you could resist it. But no, it's actually unresistible. Freezes through D1 Sky. Yeah, there's only a few mobs in Sky that are tough. You know, EOV being one of them. Otherwise, it's mostly just a crowd control issue. Yeah, so yeah, doing this place without Mez sounds terrifying. You've got a Cleric Hammer, but don't use it. Oh, you have the Baton of the Sky. On the other hand, you're a Berserker, so you have Cudgel of the Fool, which is slightly more damage. Though Baton of the Sky has a bunch of extra mana and stats on it. I think if you do multiplayer instances, I think you get runes normally. Or if you do open world, you get runes normally. It's just solo instances that are glitched. Oh yeah, no Cudgel yet. Can't get the staff. Rip. Soul Reaver +7. Okay. Yeah, that works. What about Sky Cleaver? I think is the other Zerker weapon. You know, the sad part, by the way, about getting the Afridi Great Staff off of EOV is you could have just as easily gotten that off the Noble Dojorn. So it feels like a waste of an EOV drop as a result. Oh, yeah, what do we put in our third slot? Because, like, tomorrow I want to go level Ranger and just play around with archery and stuff. What do we put as our third class? Bard? I don't want to be leveling 2 classes simultaneously. Bard is still also 22. Maybe, Zerk? Because, like, range stance is its own thing. If we want to have archery really do a thing, we got to use archery stance. Rogue's 22 also. Maybe just Enchanter would make sense. Or Cleric. Or Shaman, for that matter. We go Wiz. Whirl, Stunlock, Zerk Stance. Yep, Ixars get their bonus stats with no downside. And Druid would also need to... I think, yeah, because Druid's like 25 or something right now, so... you know, could go... Let's see, Shaman for buffs, although... I don't know, Shaman, I don't know, I think if we go, like... If we just go Cleric for just big heals, you know, to offset... some of the Druid nonsense. Or we... Cause... Yep, Root allows for double bow damage. Yep, Ixar also an easy unlock. Yeah. Yeah, it's another one that you can just do with money. Yeah, like once you get into the high 20s, you know, like 25 to 30-ish, when you can just go to Wrath Mountains and farm giants for unlimited money, you can do most of your race unlocks right then. Because you can just buy most of them. And we get a... Oh, the Sparrow Air Totem for Warrior. Okay. That's at least different. It's a different drop than... Yeah, the Warrior... Oh, yeah, that's for Pauldrons of the Blue Sky. Oh, yeah, those are the Spirit of Cheetah Totem. Spirit of Cheetah Pauldrons. That's actually a useful item right there. That plus a Windrune Beza, so... Which do we have any I think we have Bezas to spend. Yes, we have 2 of them. Cool. Alright. That gets us a good warrior item. Yeah, you need to buy ore. Yeah, bricks of ore are a little bit comparatively expensive. It might cost more than doing like wine for dark elves, but again, you know, if you're grinding hill giants for infinite free money, then the cost becomes somewhat irrelevant. You know, money kind of loses value after you've been grinding hill giants for an hour or 2. Yeah, and consider hill giants can drop up to like 55 platinum each if you get a little lucky. Oh, wait. Make sure... Let me once again look for... Okay, I don't see any essence carriers. Let me check the upstairs, though. Make sure there's not one hiding above me. Because we measure twice and cut once. Okay. I don't see... I don't see any mobs out of place that are not supposed to be here. So we should be fine. Alright. Oh, 2 resists from the sister. We are in overchannel. There we go. Also, once there is an actual like server population, there will be other races you'll be able to effectively buy by buying things like bone chips and knoll scalps, crushed bone belts, goblin ears, stuff like that. From buying them from players. Can we get another stupid glowing diamond? Yeah. Yeah, you can also just go to any random newbie yard and just start AoEing, and you'll have hundreds of bone chips in very short order. Also, it is that time again, so place your bets. So what number? Let's see. Let's see. Judge, I'm assuming you're guessing 11 again. Yeah, you can all... Yeah, just... yeah, buy meat, transmute into bone chips, and resell for profit. There you go. All right, 11, 8, 5... All right, final bet's going once. Final bet's going twice. Bets are closed. Mage Hunter is on. Heals are out. Pets attacking. First cast. No good. Number 2. No good. Number 3. Nope. Actually, damage spike there. Actually ducked the spell for a heal. Number 4. Nope. How about 5? Show me 5. 5 it is. Wing Spear. Good guess. You are... you are correct. A Winrar is you. And my coffee tonight is mostly whiskey, by the way. You win an Ifriti Great Staff? Yep, you sure do. It will absolutely drop for you on your next EOV kill. Or possibly your next Noble Dojorn kill, because remember, it can drop off both. So make sure you're killing the Noble Dojorn on every trip. You're reporting a bug if you don't get it. Yep, as well you should. Oh, whoops. I forgot to switch into offensive stance. Alright, re-slow going out. First cast. Nope. Second cast. Nope. Third cast. There we go. Third cast on the re-slow. Blood Sky Ruby. That's the Shadow Knight. Oh, that's for Kildorn. Okay. That's at least something different. Yeah, the Blood Sky Ruby and a Windrune Kala, plus an Ifriti War Axe is Kildorn the Blood Drinker, which is actually a really, really good weapon. So, alright, it's not what we came for, but at least it was something different. What is a Remoraz saying? Palclair or Chamber or range. Dual wields or stance. Let's see. Let's see here. Do I have an Ifriti War Axe still? I think I got rid of them. Just fine, because you can always just kill Ifritis and... When do I still have a Kala on hand? No, I'm out of Kalas. I do have a War Axe, though, saved. So at least there's that. Yeah, I've got 3 Ifriti Great Staves here that I do not need. I have 4 Jester's Masks. You know, let's, Let's actually make it a multiplayer instance for funsies. Non-respawning, though, and pop up to that. Let's see if we actually get rune drops in this mode. We'll also see if it's just any more difficult to kill things. Yep, yeah. Believe me, if multi-questing it was possible, I would 100% do it. Alright. Go kill this fairy over here. For the crime of being a bard. Also, I want to see if rune drops are actually dropping. Oh yeah, we'll skip the sprites. We'll do Thunder Princess, I guess. Rogue Mage Enchanter just Tash Mallow and slowed me like I was a rainbow. Nice. Right there is kind of where the pathing problems lie. If we move over a little bit, maybe we won't run into quite as many pathing problems. Here, this guy over here is close to the ground. Maybe he won't fly away. If mobs get classes, unbound AAs. Since enemies don't have AAs, I assume they do not. Also, enemies just don't crit. So, I mean, conceptually. So, unbound AAs generally just wouldn't do anything for enemies anyway. Would be nice to see enemies be able to crit, though. You know, add a little danger. Huh? Add a little bit of RNG spice. You know, I mean, although it's fun up until the enemy, like, you know, quadra crits and deletes you, and you just lose because the dice just said so. Oh, nice. There's the Windrune Kala that we wanted, and yes, enemies are actually dropping wind runes as long as you make a multiplayer instance. So that's good. Killing stuff in they who in this context. Those mobs, no, they're the same as the just open world zone. Multiplayer, yeah, it should be basically the same experience as the solo. Aggro radiuses, radii might be a little less forgiving. Though we're only on +1, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And aggro ranges on Azarak Isle are just weird no matter what, so... Oh, Protector of Sky. Hey there, Protector of Sky. Nice to see you. Okay, now we are no longer rooted. Where? He got all kinds of screwed up on positioning. What is even... There we go. Yeah, he got a little goofed up on the Z-axis there. Nope. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. There's another Azarak that's breaking the Z-axis. Oh, 2 more header runes. That's useful. Trent tier. Ba-bum. Let's just sit here. Hey, Jektik needs a little pick me up. What's hitting me? You are. That's actually a lot of things. We are actually getting low on mana. Let's actually. Oh, and we're. Oh. Let's go ahead and dazzle that one that thinks it's allowed to. Yeah, we have like the whole island on us. So we're just gonna scoot up to the next island. Beneficial. We need invisibility though. Before we go up there. Just in case. Oh. Oh, they're a little bit damaged. We might be out of luck. back up to the next island. Because they're damaged, we might just be kind of boned. We might not be able to de-aggro them. Because they're just going to summon us as soon as they break Mez. Nope. They are actually de-aggroing. Sweet. Cool. That worked. Alrighty, let's do Gorg. Oh, an Essence Carrier. Oh, hello. Well, at least you chose to spawn over here. And you didn't bring the whole dang island with you. So, alright, whatever. See if we can pull those shenanigans with Gorgolosk again. Do want to actually med up some mana, though. Just got a message from Amazon apologizing for previously sending me an email in Japanese. Well, don't worry, Amazon. I read that email. Just confirming an order. Like, my Japanese is a little rusty, but, you know, I was able to read it just fine, don't worry. Oh, kitchen tool belt +4 from the tenderizer in Najina, yeah. Has a base haste value of 10%. Not bad for something you can pick up in the teens. Mr. Essence Tamer. You can die anytime now. There we go. We definitely need to med up, though, a bit before we keep going. Oh, here's some interesting news. God Eater director acknowledges demand for new entry, tells fans to voice interest to Bandai Namco. Sorry, Bandai Namco hates money, despite being one of the greediest game companies in Japan. You know, actually rivaling the greed of typical Western AAA developers. We kind of need some buffs before we proceed. And combat mates. Wish Ward of the Divine honestly just was a permanent self buff. Like the proc limit is honestly not really a limiting factor for the most part. It's not an expensive spell to cast or anything, so. Neltron, Lord Commander. We're gonna need to recast cleric buffs probably before we do Spirox, but we're good for the moment. All right. Oh, pulled both of them again. All right. Well, Apparently, even when you pacify them, you still get both. For whatever reason. Alright, a gust of wind. These little air elementals are pretty gimp. Does MGB work with quick buff? Maybe for like the first buff that activates? Maybe? Or for the first compatible buff that activates? Yeah, MGB is kind of pointless here. Because everybody in your raid is just in one group. So, just regular group buffs do just fine. You know, unless you want to go, you know, be nice to everybody in the East Common Tunnel or something. But even then, it's only once every 72 minutes. So, you know, which of your, 50 buffs do you share? Oh. I just, had a horrible realization because of some random stuff people were saying in a Discord server. You know, consider the following, if you want to lose faith in humanity forever. The developers of the Sex with Hitler and Sex with Furry Hitler, series of games, believe in their project so much, that more games in the series are currently under development. But the same cannot be said of Mega Man. You know, and tangentially related, a couple of games, especially visual novels that I worked on, like doing English localization for and whatnot, you know, were never able to get greenlit for Steam, for completely nebulous reasons that, you know, Steam refuses to elaborate on. And yet, you know, there's like 7 or maybe 8, you know, Sex with Hitler and Sex with Furry Hitler games on Steam. Like, that's okay, but like the couple of games I worked on are not. Like, and that's why, you know, whenever the Steam Awards come up, you know, because apparently, you know, Steam, you know, like, needs to be the showcase for, you know, a half dozen Sex with Hitler games. I will vote for, you know, like, in every possible category that I'm allowed to vote in. I will vote for Sex with Hitler. You know, if you know, if they're going to show that series favoritism over, you know, over and above, you know, games I've worked on, well then, you know, clearly, you know, I need to acknowledge that those games are just like absolute cinema and, you know, are deserving of, you know, critical acclaim and, you know, and awards out the wazoo. You know, I'm not, you know, clearly, you know, it's not the children who are wrong. I'm actually the one out of touch. I do not want that red Gorgalask. I don't want to pull that one right there, because that will probably aggro Gorgalosk and the whole room. Oh, Watchful Guard. Hello, a Watchful Guard. Thank you for, oh, okay. You need to get mezzed. There you go. Alright, Mr. Crystalline Cloud. Oh, he did not get mezzed. There we go. Now he's mezzed. You know, meanwhile, also, Capcom will happily give us the, you know, 17th remake of Resident Evil 4, but it will be a cold day in hell when they give us Mega Man Legends 3. Actually, according to Dante, the ninth circle of hell, Cocytus, is actually the coldest place in the universe because it is completely removed from the sun and the light of God, and Satan's beating his wings as hard as he can trying to escape, so it's like really windy and cold there. I figure Mega Man Legends 3 will happen right around the time we get a new Suikoden, or a new Wild Arms, or a new Breath of Fire. So I'm saying there's a chance. Yup. Meanwhile, we're now on our 8th remake of Persona 4. Stout and Bitter, hello, welcome, welcome. Yep, right now we're running Paladin, Cleric, Enchanter here in Plane of Sky. My default trio is Paladin, Cleric, Berserker, but I really want Mez up here, so we trade out Zerk for Ench. Tortuga started 14 while waiting for EQL. Well, now your soul has been tainted. I mean, as long as you don't play on Balmung, you're fine. Yep, you can absolutely swap classes. You gotta go back to a town to do it, or a newbie zone, like North Row, for example. Pal Zerk Ench, absolutely. Yep. That was, Yep, I leveled with it. It was awesome. Farmed hate with it. It was awesome. Very, very fun for grinding. You know what? We're gonna pull that Gorgalask right there. I don't think it's gonna pull any ads. No, I just need, but we can get it out of the way. In Sky, I really, really want crowd control. There's a couple islands in here, and I really want slow for certain bosses. But yeah, there's certain parts of Sky where I really want Mez. And Keston TV with 156 raiders. Hello, thank you for that. Appreciate the raid. Hello, everybody. Seitoko, hello. See, Chad Wellington, Omni Slays. This Plane of Sky? Yep. Keston's an expert in Plane of Sky? Ah. Yep. We're grinding, Yep. Been trying for days now to get the EOV drop I need to finish my Baton of the Sky. And fast, you're running out of time. Yeah, I know. Decided to add Gorgolosk Island to the rotation since by the way, we finally got our Golden Hilt a little earlier, so we finally got Thelvorn. We also got the thing for Windstriker, so we got that. We're actually like one Gorgolosk drop away from unlocking Ranger as a main class. Not that I would ever want Ranger as a main class, but, you know. Also, Seitoko, you know, I told Moth this yesterday, but I will voice it again. Please, please, please nerf Necklace of Resolution. Promised renewal, instant cast on a 2-minute cooldown is way too much. Even for cleric. Knock that down to like 5 or 6 minutes, please. The winner in Beza. Right there with you. Yeah, I feel like at 5 or 6 minutes, it's a good, worthwhile, you know, endgame chase item for clerics. At 2 minutes, it's just goofy. And, okay, let's see here. We can get Gorgolosk. I don't want to... We might have to just tank her in the 30 seconds and make it Necro only. I don't want to be higher, but honestly it should be... Yeah, even 10 minutes. I mean, like 15 minutes on Soulfire feels right for Paladins, especially on an item you can get in the 30s. Yeah. We don't have anything else to, like, try to social aggro Gorgolosk off of, do we? This, that one's a little too far away. Alright, we're gonna, like, YOLO pull this. Worst case, we just run to the pad, and, if we get... I think... I don't know. This might work. This might fail horribly. Oh, okay. 2, we got everything. Alright, we're just gonna book it. Oh, pff. And this Essence Carrier over here. Hello, Essence Carrier. You're just getting mezzed. I don't feel like dealing with you today. Observing Oak, yeah. Necro would die before the heal went off. Do they not pacify? If you're a bard, they do. Enchanter and Cleric pacify only goes up to 55. So, yeah. I am not that concerned with getting Gorgolosk drops. What I really want is the, Ivory Sky Diamond off the Spirok Lord. Which I have killed, I don't know, probably close to 50 Spirok Lords at this point. And I have not gotten an Ivory Sky Diamond for the Paladin Haste Belt. I've finished the Shadow Knight Haste Belt, the Berserker Haste Belt, the Ranger Haste Click, no Paladin Belt yet. Enchanter raided with a top-tier guild X amount of years ago? Yes. Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. Music teams this... Yes, actually, if you were in Triality at some point, especially, like, circa Underfoot or later, then we knew each other. Oh, Meteora, no way. Bruh. Yeah. Hell yeah. How you been, man? Getting old? I mean, me too. Yep, VOA era. Yep, with Ozzy and Abaz. Hell yeah. And Gil Thanos, rest his soul. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, I actually have a special place in my email for Spirit Guardian. Okay, he decided to aggro from all this way over here. Okay, that's fine. Because I was kind of curious how it would feel doing a multiplayer zone solo instead of set to solo. And all right, apparently this guy's aggro range on multiplayer is a little goofy. Well, that's fine. I was gonna say, as I was saying, I still have a special place in my email for the the Triality Spring Break notification from the GM. Come on, but I don't see the last song. Oh yeah, Miss Chad there. Yeah, I ended up bouncing around retired in CT. Yeah, I after Triality shut down, I just quit playing. Yeah, I did not want to raid with anybody. Or anybody else. I mean, really, the only options were, you know, like CT or ROI, and I did not want to go play with either of those. Oh, Alan M2, absolutely. Yep, that was the Paladin team. Rayvon Lunatic, yeah, how you felt after Afterlife moved to WoW? I believe it. I believe it. Oh, Rayvon, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. I'll add more brain cells in your pinky than Euler did, isn't it? Oh, Euler. You know what? Well, I say not as a statement of, or like as a statement of pride, but as simply an empirical fact. Between the, let's see, Alan M. Gill, Ozzy, myself, between like the four of us paladins in the guild, we were worth, you know, 15 of any other knights that played the game, period. Like, we were just better than everybody else that played the class. And for exploiting, yeah, when Quarkum was like, bruh, you ain't gonna fix it. Yep. Yup. I mean, well, I think it was more of Mendix than Quarkin, but yeah, either way, you know, it was hilarious. Great time. 10 out of 10 would do again. Because, you know, we tried to tell him there was, you know, an obvious exploit waiting to happen here, and that they didn't want to listen. And then After we showed them that it was completely broken, yeah, then Absol got a little butthurt. We just took a bong rip. What are we doing? Yeah. Plus, I think it was Alanim who was usually raiding from the front desk of a Hyatt. So it means he was also smoking on the job. I think he worked at like it was like a Hyatt out in like Vegas or in Nevada or something. Oh, yeah. SK over Paladin. I mean, factually incorrect, but you know you're allowed to have your opinions, even if they're wrong. Yeah, we're and yeah, Kellen. Yeah, we're getting the band back together. It seems. Do I have a USB stick? Yup. 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 There were plenty of times, actually, when I was playing on my crap top on, like, hotel Wi-Fi while, you know, traveling between conventions and whatnot. Oh, yeah, you're still in contact with Dalnoth and Talina based. How are they doing? Hey, got your first any D4? Grats. And a Berserker for tank. Nice. You see, you know, you don't need defense if you just, you know, if you just kill it fast enough. If Thorium figured out using both weapons is better than one. Oh. Well, you know, he's, you know, you can only expect so much from Rangers. Yeah, I saw Quarkin playing pretty frequently over on Project Quarm. Though he was always like AFK in the EC tunnel when I was online. Yeah, remember, you know, as soon as the mob's HP hits 0, its DPS hits 0. I met him killing Sarah when he became a legend. Also, I think Thorium was the one who was, like, a retired anesthesiologist, right? Who, like, had some villa up in the mountains of Argentina and just played EverQuest 20 hours a day. Yeah, Dalnoth's doing good. Excellent. Yeah, Talina part of ways, but keep in contact. Okay. Oh. Spirit Vanquisher. Oh, man. Ooh. We got 2 Vanquishers in camp. Oh, this is not good. Oh. This is not good at all. Ooh. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we're just gonna click up to the next island. Hopefully we don't get summoned. Up and click up to the next island. Hopefully we didn't aggro the bees. Of course we did. We're just gonna click up to Sister Island. We are snared. Oh man. And one of the Spiroks followed us. Are we Gucci? That was unfortunate. Oh, one of the bees followed, and we are still snared. Wait, hold on. This is just, it's a bee. We can just mez that one. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. We're snared, even on a horse. Oh, it's terrible. Because Fuba left after Max Gearing. Had some weird crush on her. 100% go back in time and relive VOA. Yeah. You know, except for the Triune God fight. That fight is one of the worst fights in EverQuest history. I remember the first time we did that fight, it took like, what, 3 or 4 hours just to do like one run through the script. And there was no checkpoint originally. Taking Rallos when Ozzy went down. Armor of experience at 9%. Oh, do you... was it? That might have... Oh, wait. I gotta... I was gonna say, it might have been... let's see. Was it before? So... When was... Oh, okay, no, it was, No, okay, there was... Yeah, Triunity of... 2-3 times? Yeah, that fight was awful. We did it once before the checkpoint, I remember that, and... Because, yeah, Triunity, or the Triune God was a fight where there was this miserable script you had to go through in, like, Phase 1, where you had to kill all these trash mobs, and there were these wandering, like, orbs that would, melt your face off if you kind of stuck a toe in them. And the big catch was there were certain trash mobs you had to charm and have them attack certain targets that could only be killed with the charm mobs, and it took forever. Like, a good run could easily take, like, 90 minutes to 2 hours to get through that first phase. And then after that, you had, like, another, like, a whole second, like, the real boss. That was just the setup to the actual boss fight. And then there was, like, so much other just arcane, stupid crap you had to do in the second fight, of, like, off-tanking all the gods. And, like, and then after, like, you did all that, the actual boss himself in his last phase would just go into, like, crazy hyper berserker mode, start hitting for a quadrillion damage with about 1 micropixel of space between his max melee range and his AoE rampage range. And, like, no tank in the game could survive at that point outside of an invincibility disc. It was just stupid. You'd basically, tanks would be rotating invincibility discs. Melee classes basically needed an invincibility disc to even hit him, unless they got that magic 1 pixel of positioning to hit him without getting obliterated instantly by AoE Rampage. You're playing on Oakwind with some pals. You intended to work our way through VOA. People had to quit early. Yeah, it was... Yeah. Yeah, you do the fight once and then you never look back, basically. Yep. Yeah, that first phase was so awful. At least once they added the checkpoint, it wasn't so bad. Oh yeah, yeah. Pre-nerf City of Bronze. Oh. Yeah. Although, hey, you know the one that actually kind of made me mad. You remember when we got the world only pre-nerf kill on Somnium 5? But then we didn't have beta strats for 6, so you know ROI got on the bat phone, got 5 nerfed into nothing, had its just kneecaps broken, and then just kind of swept 5, 6, and 7 the next day. Yeah, I am. I am still snared for 5 more minutes. By the way. Ugh. All right, let's see how bad Eye of Vishen is on a multiplayer instance. Let's see how it can. You know what? I want to actually put up some and couple of quick buffs here. um. I remember, you know, because like part of the, you know, sent Hylia one day. It's like, yo, I want to kill, I want to join. She said, bet, apply. Yeah, I applied because the guild was actually recruiting paladins for pretty much the first time ever, because splash heals got added in Underfoot, and and they were just completely overpowered at that point because they just removed debuffs. So, and I was absolutely fed up with my old guild at that point. Uh, so, oh, by the way, you know, if you want to, you know, get any of the band back together, I'm starting on Freeport, because I am absolutely North Freeport born and raised. In the temple where I spent most of my days. Saw your name on screen. It was like, ain't no. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's me. Yeah, like who else would it be? Nobody else on EQ has ever had my name. Although at one point there were, because like we were at one point we were checking like how many people on World of Warcraft were impersonating each of us, and there were like 35 people on World of Warcraft impersonating me. One of them was even using my name for their guild tag. 2 bags behind the Jade Tiger based. Jade Tiger, pretty good tavern. I'm generally pro Jade Tiger. All right. Also, all right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you new here, we have a little game with Eye of Vishen, which is betting on how many times do I have to cast Shiftless Deeds before it lands. The record high is 14. So place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Tinfoil hat going for 16. Anybody want to take the long shot with the ace? Bet on one-shot land? Anyone betting on the ace? Any other bets? Last call. Bets close as soon as Tash lands. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Tash is out, bets are closed. Mage Hunter's on. First heal's going out. Interrupts don't count, by the way. Pets attacking. First cast. No good. Ooh, he's doing some damage. He's bringing the pain today. Holy moly. I was trying this guy on +4 the other night, by the way. He rolled Paladin, so we had Valor of Maron. He was two casts. If you bet 2, you won. The prize is a cookie. However, asterisk, you must provide your own cookie. But it will taste like victory, so it will be an especially delicious cookie. Like 2 expansions after Arx Mentis, yeah, Ooh, that's bad. Getting a little low on health there. Yeah, So, yeah, since I quit live after Triality folded, basically, last thing I ever did on live of any note was finish up Reign of Fear. Now I've got my Lionheart prefix from doing that. I actually liked the final boss of Reign of Fear. That was a pretty interesting fight. Complicated, but not as dumb and arcane as Triune God. And actually felt pretty good overall. I gotta stop. Ooh, ow, yeah. Whoa, bro has don't flinch. Okay, man. Yeah, this multiplayer grade I is out for blood. Holy moly. I'm actually gonna put Mage Hunter back on for a sec and start reslowing. Miss. Miss. Miss on 3. Miss on 4. Okay, there we go. Got it on 5. We're actually going to go balance stance for a bit here. Oh, he's got mana for some reason, even though he's a warrior. So we're going to Theft of Thought him. Gonna click our Soulfire for another free heal. One. Yeah, I'm falling behind on chat right now. I gotta actually lock in a little bit here. Ooh, I'm just gonna flinch the LOH there. That was a bad spike. He's got a lot more HP on multiplayer, by the way. Difficulty gap between solo and multiplayer is real. Three, 2, 1. All right. Go ahead and all right. We got enough time on slow. We don't have to recast, but we do need to heal. Whew. Free heal back out. Another Shimmering Pearl. Rip. Well, if we need another Another ranger bow. If we need another wind striker, there we go. Oh, all right. Yeah, that was all right. Well, that was a multiplayer tier EOV on difficulty +1. You see here. Try to get caught up on chat here. I've been having a blast the whole time after not playing since the end of 2013. Oh, cool. We just got our charges back. Yeah, we're gonna go back to solo mode. We got 2 charges. I might just. And General Trippy, welcome to the program. Yeah. We still only got 16 minutes on haste. Okay, we're just gonna. I don't even want to bother with Azarax. We might do Gorg though. See what the. Yeah, I never played THJ. I found out about THJ like a week after it shut down. So, I missed that boat. Hello, a watchful guard. Oh, pet needs haste. Yeah, see, I've been playing on beta here since May 8th. And yeah, I have clocked 2 minutes shy of 12 days in that interim. Specify that Gorgalask. Alright, can we pull this Watchful Guard without it? Oh. Alright, a Watchful Guard. Two minutes more. Hi-oh! Also, just saying, it's never too late to have the Triality cookout. Where did that Gorgalask go? Hello, Gorgalask? Oh, it's up there. Okay. We'll let it give it some room to land. There you go. Come on. Over here. You don't have to take the scenic route. You can path a more direct line, and that's fine. Yeah, all the pathing oddities in this zone, coupled with Z-axis shenanigans, absolutely makes Plane of Sky one of the zones of all time. Triality Banner needs to be planted ASAP. Of all the places we've ever been, this is one of them. Yeah, yup. Just gonna give that harpy some space to land. Oh, and it is amusing also that because enemies running away usually means they fly off into the Shadow Realm, and it means that +1 is actually easier here. Because enemies on +1 and above don't run. Yep. I remember one time we were doing the zoo fight in VOA, and one of the clerics said something that outed himself as clicking on spell gems instead of using keyboard shortcuts. And we booted him out of the DZ and the guild in the middle of a fight. I think it was either Dalnoth or Quarkin at one point that said something along the lines of, we're not playing Doom in 1997 anymore, quit playing first person. I just quietly laughed at that because I will play first person forever, and you're not my real dad. You can't tell me what to do. You click. I don't know, even kiting, I play first person. I mean, I might zoom out occasionally just to check distances between myself and another mob, but or like, you'll see me zoom out once in a while just to view the crowd of mobs around me if I'm AoE mezzing or something, just to make sure everything is in front of me. But otherwise, yeah, first person for life. Yeah, if clerics played first person, all you'd ever see is walls. Yeah, for clerics, I'll forgive them, switching to chase cam or something just to be able to look at some scenery instead of just staring at a brick wall. Yeah, for me, my spell gems are F1 through F12. Actually, one of the things I want to accomplish, it'll probably happen during open beta. I've been clicking stances and invocations, and I hate clicking anything. I just haven't decided what keystrokes I want to use for those. And most fights, I'm not actively stance dancing hard enough for it to like actually affect anything. Except when I was doing like my very first solo kills, like because when I dinged 46, was still wearing for the first time, was still wearing all my newbie gear and stuff. I went off and did Nagafen just to see if I could. And, for that, I had to be actively stance dancing to try to keep endurance up and be able to run defensive and manage heals and all that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were boxing rule, yeah. But yeah, F1 through F12 are my spell gems. 1 through equal sign is my first hotbar. Delete is my horse. And, yeah, stances and invocations. I gotta, because that's an entirely new feature, I don't have an existing, key layout for that from live. So I haven't decided what I want to do with those yet. Mixing fans and roll. And this little box over on the... Oh, wait, actually, I gotta actually take myself off screen here so I can... because I'm covering it up. This little box over here is basically just a little, like, waiting room of extra buttons to swap around between bars when changing kits. Like, half these buttons aren't even usable because they're skills from other classes. So left click my clickies. I hate using the mouse for anything I don't need to use it for. Oh yeah, also fun fact, I never installed audio triggers for anything. Which is why I had a hotkey I would hit frequently. It would usually send the message to the server-wide Paladins channel, which was the 3 big emotes to set off everyone's audio triggers, which was like the Gaze of Power from Motomorum, the Sensation of Doom or whatever from Vishimtar, and whatever there was a third one, I forget what it was. It might have like Surprised Immortals or something, I think it was what it might have been. Let's see, well... I forget what the third one was. But I would hit that regularly to make people's audio triggers just have a seizure. Fun fact, without audio triggers, I could solo the performer. Ray Summit. Well, right now I've got Paladin, Cleric, Enchanter running. For doing that's my trio for doing Plane of Sky. My default trio is Paladin, Cleric, Berserker. Not bad, I'm just drawn that way. Based. Alright, let's see here. Can we... let's see here. Let's look at the radar. Yeah, the meteors we don't have to worry about. Heart Harpy. Gazer. Nothing. No other things to try to social Gorg off of, huh? There's a 56 Spirited Harpy over there. Let's see. Papa Puddin', any idea if gaming keypads... Oh... I know they're actually working on controller support. Otherwise, I mean, I just use a very regular mechanical keyboard. Let's see. We're probably gonna get all three if we do that again. Actually, if you know what, I'm kind of curious. Can we pull this gust of wind like? Nope. Too much. Clicking up. And we're gonna, yeah. Gotta watch out for that essence carrier. Oh. Oh, did Gorg actually single pull herself up the island? Almost. Alright, Watchful Guard, you get mezzed. Go ahead and LOH. Gorg gets slowed. Actually hit defense for a sec. Alright. Shiftless Deeds on Gorg. There we go. Heart Harpy. Let's get you slowed also. We're gonna go ahead and remez. And Gorgolosk. Okay, yeah, let's... There we go. Alright, that was, not really how we planned it, but it worked. Going for world first character to die to Fire Beetle. You're gonna be in a race with Oakpine for that prestigious title. Or possibly Moth. If Moth does like a launch stream or something, you know, he's gonna die to something horrible. And yeah, remember, in addition to as much of a mess as it is, remember, everything used to DT. Or at least by the time you got to the back half of the zone, everything DT'd. Being around for the Keston raid was a throwback. Yeah. Yeah, Meteora, by all means, you know, hopefully we'll, see ya again. And for D5 and D6, that adds Death Touch. Man, Gorg does not want to get re-slowed, huh? Oh, because we're not in overchannel. Durr. I smart. There we go. Watchful Guard. He thought he was going to get unmezzed. Yeah. Joke's on him. Hard Harpy here. She thinks she gets to be unslowed. No, that's not how we do things around here. Dabble with EQ live. Probably run Shadow Knight, Shaman, Rogue. That'll be good times. You know, the fact that you can backstab from your any slot, you know, so you can just throw like a Nefriti War Spear in your any slot. Oh, don't forget, by the way, if you're gonna run SK, ooh, hello there. Another Blade of Abrogation. Speaking of SK crap, don't need that. Don't need the key. Silken Strands for Monk. I mean, sure, we'll take that, I guess. There might be some kind of, like, SK Fiery Avenger sword from the Burning Soul quest. You know, we don't know what the reward for this is going to be. Because we can't actually complete it right now. It's disabled. But for the folks who were working on it, we were kind of thinking it was going to be the Agnostic Unlock quest. And it obviously is not, because that's a different quest. And considering this quest has you kill several Paladin Epic, you know, turn-in NPCs, and ultimately going and hanging out in the Shadow Knight Guild in East Freeport. Funny thing, by the way, I mean, it could also be the, come here to do the two-hand SK sword. Yeah, I mean, Kildorn is a great weapon. It really is. Funny thing, like, the way we got started working on this quest, was when I did an, I was making my guide video on how to do Soulfire and Fiery Avenger. And when after doing the final turn-in at Inte Akera, you know, I kind of made a joke about getting justice for all the poor Froglock Shin Lords who had to die. And, you know, getting revenge by killing Inte Akera. And, you know, I was also thinking to myself, I wonder if maybe somebody put Inte's Sword of Death back in the game as an Easter egg for, you know, somebody dumb enough to actually fight Inte. So I was a little surprised at first to see he was even attackable. And then he dropped an entirely new item. And I'm like, oh, wait. What? Huh? Oh, I don't want to guess. Yeah, Inte Akera is the guy you turn your stuff into up here in the windmill to get the Fiery Avenger. Yeah, back in the old days, the hardest part of Fiery Avenger was just getting some people together to make it all the way to the 4th island of Plane of Sky, just to do the turn-in. Plus, you needed somebody else to stay behind to turn in 500 plat to the NPC back at the quest room while you stood over here, because there was no way to do the turn in, and then get up here, unless you had a cough, in time before Entei just despawned. It was actually really dumb. Now, that is no longer a problem here, because there's a little teleport pad to go from the quest island back to the first island. Glory hallelujah. That removed 90% of the problems with Plane of Sky right there. Yeah, and then also your keys are saved as achievements. And actually, cool thing, by the way, if you have the achievement, next time you log into the game, the key will just destroy itself. Because you don't need it anymore, so it would just free up your inventory space of its own volition. Yeah, so yeah, no stupid key shenanigans. Also, you don't have to talk to Saren anymore. The bosses just drop the keys directly. Saren is no longer around. He has been sent to the Shadow Realm, apparently. So good riddance. Do 11:30. Wow, it's 11:35 already. Good lord. All right. Boop. Actually, I don't know why I bother invising up to the Spirok Island. I'm just gonna pull the first two mobs in the zone anyway, so. So, yeah, a couple of us are just waiting for the presumably final NPC to be returned to the game, so we can turn in these 3 souls plus Soulfire to see what the reward is. See if it's like a Dark Avenger or something. Funny thing with that quest also, you know, you need to have a bunch of good guy faction because you have to get a Soulfire. Then you kill the guy who gives you Soulfire. Then you need good faction with blood sabers to be able to hand his soul in to Lord Grimrot in South Karana. Then you have to destroy your your blood sabers faction by killing Lord Grimrot, which is a minus 900 point faction hit, by the way. Then you go to Payneal. You do a turn in. Then that tells you to go kill Entei Akera. So, you know, then you proceed to wreck your Eridan faction, which is fine. It's easy to fix. It cannot be wielded by lawful good. Rip. Now, there's always the possibility also that quest could be for unlocking Inneruk. Since the Dismal Rage is a cult of Inneruk. Rangers and don't take riposte. I'll take double riposte one of these days, but look, I remember, we're going to be leveling Ranger tomorrow. I don't hate Ranger. And in fact, I've actually been really looking forward to getting Windstriker to justify leveling Ranger. Excuse me. Oh, you know what we can do also? Since we have, in addition to Windstriker, we also have an Ifriti Standard, and we've got Thelvorn now. So we could also level dual wielding at the same time with Thelvorn and an Ifriti Standard. Just for style points. Yeah, we just got to decide what to put in the third slot. In the third class slot, we might just run Cleric. Just for survivability. What's the click level on... or we might run... I gotta see what the click level is on Ranger on the Cloak of the Dark Sky. And Pally Monk Shaman look pretty good. Oh, for sure. For sure. Haste, slow, mend, buffs, martial arts strikes, dual wield, very high defensive skill caps. Yeah, you've got Canny 5. Plus, you can also use Cannibalize and Mend in tandem. So that's a thing. Did you ever go back to D4 any with this trio? Not yet. I know that it would be trivial. I mean, we did D4 any as just Paladin Cleric. We didn't even need a third class. We did the same thing with Kha'Zix. We've done, both as just a dual class. So, bringing a third class along is just unnecessary. I do not. Nope. We only have, we've got Zerk at 50, Cleric, Enchanter, Paladin, obviously, Shaman, and Wizard. Everything else is, or most other classes are at 22 or 23. Necro and Shadow Knight are sitting at 10. And if I could de-level them down to 0, I would. Filthy edgelord classes. If I could just delete them off my character sheet, I would. Oh, he hit me. Oh, he actually landed his stupid spider stun on me, so I am not going anywhere for about 5 more seconds. There we go. Dear Mr. Spirac Lord, Please give me, or please allow me the honor of having an ivory sky diamond. I have seen every other item on your loot table, and I would like to stop bullying you. Ooh, increasing the duration of things like stun duration. I think that would be very dangerous from a balance perspective. I'm not saying it's untenable. I'm saying that would need to be handled very carefully. Now, we do know, because Secrets leaked it, that recast time and global cooldown time are very much on the table for spell upgrades. So, you know, even if a stun doesn't have its stun duration increased, if its cooldown gets decreased, that basically accomplishes the same thing. Going Pal Monk Enchanter, Pal Cleric Enchanter, depending on the situation. Yeah. I mean, so my leveling kind of roadmap, I think, so far, you know, main trio to 30, Druid and Wizard up to 25 for ports, main trio to 50, Enchanter to 50, Shaman to 50, Monk to 50. And after that, and, you know, probably also just quick leveling a lot of classes into the 20s just for quick and dirty AAs. Because leveling a class from like 10 to 25 is like an hour and a half, and nets you about 15 or 16 AAs. It's like the fastest way to grind AAs. By far. Dang it! Another sky totem for rogues. Son of a diddly. Yeah, buff and debuff durations are, you know, I think are pretty safe to increase kind of willy-nilly. Yeah, other than maybe, you know, with the notable exception of a few buffs that are deliberately very short duration, like Divine Aura, or a few other outliers like Spirit of Puma. You know, because being able to keep Spirit of Puma up on a whole group, you know, is a huge amount of damage. Making that into a full-time job is actually a valid cost to keeping that spell up on that many people. Alright. Yeah, one. Yeah, alright. Just looking around, making sure there's no, like, essence carriers hiding anywhere. I don't see any. Okay, what we're gonna do. Alright, target the Undine Spirit. Okay. Alright, jump down here. We're gonna pacify it. We're gonna re-invis. Go in here. Pet Guard. Alright, Undine Spirit. Pull with Dazzle. Cool. Sister of the Spire, hello. Is Call of the Sky even worth keeping up? Like, I don't know how good or bad of a buff that is. Like, I know it's a proc buff. Yeah, alright. Because, like, as opposed to, say, Paladin's Divine Might, which is a very generic proc buff, because it is the original proc buff, it hits for a whopping 65 at a standard, like, 2 ppm or something. Yeah, it's, extraordinarily vanilla. Also, you know, Puma only has a 1.5 second cast time once you take spellcasting deafness, because it has a 3-second cast time by default, so knocks it down by half. So keeping it up on just yourself is trivial. Keeping it up on, you know, 4 or 5 or, you know, 8 people is a little different. Oh, we get another Sphinx Claw. Okay. Well, that's an extra Thelvorn if we care. Yeah, it is worth noting, at least for now, that triple attack skill cap is low enough that the triple attack is not super interesting. And Flurry, unfortunately, because Flurry only procs off a triple attack, Flurry just doesn't get that many chances to activate right now. It'll get better down the road as we gain levels and skill caps go up and whatnot, but for now, you know, flurries are cute when they happen, but they're not, you know, an actual, like, substantial amount of damage. You pulling 3 or 4 more at a time. Oh, very nice. Yeah, like, I would actually be getting double riposte right about now, but we're gonna buy as we're leveling Ranger tomorrow. We're gonna get Archery Mastery, and that's gonna cost like 18 points or something right off the bat. Yeah, now that, yeah, skill caps, you jump up a lot by the time we hit 60, though, you know, we're assuming that we will go to level 60 in Kunark, which, you know, because that's how vanilla worked. And remember, we are on our own timeline. So that assumption, you know, may or may not actually happen. I mean, I've also been kind of assuming we'd go to 60 in Kunark, but we'll find out when we get there. Also, place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. It is that time again. We got 3 minutes on... You've got as long as it takes me to cast Divine Might and 2 instances of haste. Torak going for the ace. Jarek 3, Kellen 5. Any other bets? Going once. Any other bets? Going twice. You aware of how when Rangers use bows that the bow's stats and archery A's actually boost melee damage? Wait. We'll fall off the island. Zero, fall off the island before casting. This guy doesn't cast mana detonation, unlike certain drakes, so I think we'll be okay. That the Rangers use bows. The bow stats, archery AAs actually boost melee damage. Really? That's not. Is that a? That's got to be a bug, right? Ace! We first try. Torak with the call. True Shot Mastery boosts crits. Does in fact work in melee. That, huh? This is why I don't gamble in Vegas. The main reason I go to Vegas, well, you know, I stay in Vegas, you know, so I can go to Pahrump. And, Vegas aficionados understand what that means. If you know, you know. I feel like we should maybe do a, not tonight because we don't have enough time, but, maybe another thing to do. Should actually make a multiplayer raid instance of, Hate and go do multiplayer tier Interrook. Solo. Rangers don't use endurance. Yeah, no combat spells worth casting. What about the arrow spells? Because those are like instant or nearly instant, aren't they? And we got the large sky lapis for wizard. Okay, well that's at least a new item. We haven't gotten that one before. What does that one do? Oh, that's for Nargon's staff, which doesn't do anything. It's just a staff with. I mean, it's a stat stick. Admittedly, I think we do have all the components for it, because I think we have an Afridi War Staff, and I'm pretty sure we have a Windrune Kaza. So, like, we could turn that in just for the sake of it. Any swings that you're trying to cast between should be the usual Mallow, Cripple, Slow, Puma, Heals. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like the like Paladin spells are pretty much in the same boat. I mean, if you saw my like 2 hour long video about Paladin spells, then you know you know my feeling on the Paladin spell list. Pretty War Staff. Yeah, is the Afridi War Staff used for anything else besides that? Nope, it is just used for that. Okay. Horde. Afridi War Staff. Alright, sure, let's retrieve that. And a Kaza. Rune Kaza, we have several of those. Okay. Alright. Magus. Wizard Shrock. Not to be confused with Wizard Shrek. There we go. Nargon's Staff. Yeah, just a stat stick. It's a stat stick. I mean, literally, it's a stick with stats. Oh yeah, Zerker's great, and because Zerker's stance just makes every other melee feel better. Because faster attack speed just smooths out your damage curve, so it's not like, you know, hit, hit, miss, 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 hit. You know, yeah, it just makes everything else feel better. Okay, let me just get inch buffs going. I'm gonna actually run to the can here real quick while we rebuff. We'll do another loop here and try again. Zerker stance absolutely affects auto attacks. Yep. Yep, auto attacks and combat skills like bash, kick, smite, reave, flying kick, all that fun stuff. Now, keep in mind though, Berserker stance is going to, or is in the process of getting iterated on. So what its total, actual stats are right now, not necessarily what it's going to be on full release. Giggity. Yeah, Smite and Reave, Smite especially, are the big ones. Let's see, does Endurance Regen from Ranger provide any noticeable sustain? Having not actually leveled Ranger yet in a meaningful way, that's on the to-do list. I don't know, for anyone who's actually, like, played Ranger Zerk, you have an opinion on that? Though, honestly, like, the single biggest thing I noticed with Berserker Stance is because it deals damage to yourself, it does that in lieu of having a high endurance cost. You're using your HP as a resource pool, and it's not a lot of damage. It's like single-digit damage per hit, but it is on every hit you inflict. The best way to actually maintain uptime I've seen with Berserker Stance is actually with Cleric's Blessing of the Lord Commander line, because that's life gain on hit. So, like, on any given hit, you hit the you hit the enemy, you hit yourself for, like, let's say 1 to 9 damage, and then you also heal yourself for 6. So it just totally cancels out the HP cost and then some. And then the endurance cost is relatively mild by comparison. Though, if you have another strike skill centric class in your kit, like especially Monk, that's mashing a lot of buttons to do skill based damage, that will crank up the endurance cost, and you will start spending your yellow bar in a pretty meaningful way. But with like Paladin, Cleric, Berserker, most fights I don't really spend a meaningful amount of endurance. Because so much of the cost is being offset into my hit points. And then that cost is just getting negated. Yeah, you get the endurance AAs. Yeah, if you can grab a Chloroplast from one of the nature casters. And Ranger's Fury of Nature, or whatever it's called, buff has that now also, so that's cool. Yeah, like, as a general rule, using Berserker Stance, I didn't even like notice my I didn't even really consider endurance to be a finite resource until I had planar grade weaponry. Seeing a martial build, oh yeah. So like if you're in like offensive stance by design will spend endurance for sure. Striker stance by design will evaporate your endurance bar because it's meant to be the crazy go nuts burn mode. So by design, it rips your endurance bar. I mean, it also evaporates the enemy's health bar. So there's a pretty fair trade there. Do we want to try Gorg again? You know what? We'll try. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, the more martial classes you have, the more attack skill buttons you have, and therefore the faster you tear through endurance. Though, yeah, some of those skills, like Warrior's Cleave, is really, really good. Unless you're trying to AoE mez things, then not so much. But in general, yeah, Cleave is really good. I don't think Ranger has its own strike skill. Cleave by itself does not cost endurance. It's just a button like Bash or Kick. But if you're using something like Offensive Stance, the extra damage granted by the stance will be charged as endurance, according to the formula of whatever stance you're in. Does Cleave not break Mez? And if it avoids hitting Mez targets, that would actually be cool. Yeah, if those skills intelligently avoid mez targets, that's awesome. Couple earthquake procs, Puma, Call of Sky. A bunch of mobs and hit Rampage. Based. Though I am glad Shaker Page is well and truly dead, because it was completely busted. Everybody knew it was busted. Hey, Virtual Gamer, good evening, or... I'm gonna say it's after midnight now, so, yeah. Good tomorrow, technically. Three more days, yep, almost there. Also, yes, I regret to inform everyone that by Eastern Time Zone reckoning, it is now Monday. This Gorgalask, we might be able to pull. Nope, didn't pull Gorgalask. Dang. Windows Sim, yeah, it's yeah, it's sad but true. It is now Monday. Oh, actually took a Stone Breath stun. Beta server for beta. No, it will. Beta will get wiped. So. So yeah, characters you make on beta will get deleted. Or on open beta, I should say. Because closed beta server will become the permanent test server eventually. So, this server is getting mothballed for some amount of time. But the characters will still be here when test server is brought back. Kiddo's daycare is closed tomorrow. Gonna be an extra Monday. Oh, fun. We're in closed beta. Nope. Did not get a chance to... No, we did not get to copy over to open. We gotta re-roll. or I should say, if, you know, for anyone in closed beta, if we choose to participate in open beta, because we have to pre-order like everybody else does, if we choose to participate in open beta, then we have to re-roll. So, that's fine. Gives me a chance to goof around and do dumb stuff. Oh, hello, a spirited harpy. You are going to help me. Well, actually... we got a Wind Rune Fauna off a trash mob. Really? Huh. Cool. Alright, maybe they're not bugged anymore? Let's see here. Alright, we gotta sit in recovery for a bit. How do we want to go about this? Because I want to try to social aggro, like, Gorg through the wall to get her to come over here. We're going to go ahead and just tash that harpy. Also sit in balance stance. Go ahead and slow. Never played before. Am I allowed to set up things like UI and keybinds during beta? Okay, so, it'll it'd probably be easier to show if I was not. What you'll find, like, in your game files, in the game folder, you'll see a couple of files that have your character name and server name on them. Those are your UI settings and keybinds and, like, all your settings files. They are actually plain text files. You can just open them up in a text editor. If you make another character on the same server with the same name, the game will see those files and use them. You can also change the name, either the character or server name on those files, and essentially transfer the settings to another character. Alright, Spirited Harpy, I need you to come over here. There we go, that's what I wanted to see. Worked perfectly. Now we run down here to the corner. That was perfect. That was perfect. Oh, Dazzle. Come on, Dazzle. Give me the old Razzle Dazzle. Oh, I got stunned. Alright, Gorg. Go ahead and pet. Go ahead and attack. Spirited Harpy, please get mezzed. Thank you. Gorg. Get into over channel if I'm gonna. Oh, getting. Yeah. Yeah, I never tried out Zeal when I was playing on Quarm. Oh, resist again? Come on. Really? Man. Gorg's being, Come on, Gorg. There you go. So, yeah. Using a Spirited Harpy to social aggro Gorgolosk through the wall. Super secret strats for singling Gorgolosk out of the building. Also does interface. I don't think. Oh yeah, you can also get a window layout from a stored layout. Yeah, secure layouts. Source layouts though, because it doesn't have any others. Yeah, we have also 3 different UI skins to choose from. I just use the default one. Murgalosk has got... Yeah, we'll go ahead and remez. You cover this... Oh, I am happy to answer questions whenever. Just because somebody else asked it, you know, a week ago, doesn't mean you were here to hear the answer. Have you locked in your main class combo for official launch? Yes. Yeah, it'll be Paladin, Cleric, Berserker. Yep. We'll probably run Zerk as the second class up to 10, because I think the extra damage will just level a little faster than the extra healing. But not like 1 to 10 takes that long either way. So, you know, it's like, you know, second or third significant digit optimization. Yeah, super. Oh yeah. Yep, and yeah, by all means, by the way, you know, feel free to go digging through the VOD archive. I've got, I don't know, like 80 or 100 hours of stream footage, you know, sitting on the YouTube channel. What zone for 1 to 10? We'll be starting. You know, I'm actually kind of contemplating that because, you know, a couple of levels in the newbie yard in Freeport makes, you know, is kind of a no-brainer. But actually, taking the free teleport over to Kinos, going into the sewers, and doing the, there's a quest in there to kill Beggar Wylan. Gives you a lot of faction with, Kinos good guys, including faction that you need for Soulfire anyway, like Priests of Life. Also gives you a nice supply of, like, patchwork armor and stuff. Great way to just fill out your newbie armor slots with something. Get a little bit of gear rolling. Just to get started and not be running around naked. But I think at 10, I'm going to head into Befallen and basically live there for, you know, days. Ooh, what do we get? Oh, Griffin's Beak for Necro. Okay, we'll take it, I guess. And a Wind Rune Meta. Alright, cool. We probably needed that. What does the Griffin's Beak get used for on Necro? Griffin's Beak is for the... Oh, the Levitate Belt. Okay, that and a Wind Rune Lena is all it takes. Okay. We've actually gotten most of the... Well, we've actually gotten about half the Necro quests effectively, either done or effectively done. You know, and I will say once again, like, man, Paladins got absolutely shortchanged on Plane of Sky quests. Paladins have less quests than everybody else. They only have 4. One of them is the Haste Belt that every melee class gets. The other 3 are all weapons. And, you know, the 2 one-handers are basically interchangeable because they have the same ratio. One has a pile of stats, the other has a bad proc. The 2-hander is strictly worse than Fiery Avenger. Despite being honestly harder to obtain. Yeah. Like, Paladin's Plane of Sky quests are just miserable. Befallen a dungeon? Yes, it is. Leanin, Claire War Bard. Yep, based on class research. That, yes. Befallen skews towards melee drops. You'll find very solid armor that, Warrior can use if, you know, possibly like all 3 of those classes, actually. But mostly you'll be able to use, you know, because Warrior can use freaking everything. Yeah, and a couple of weapons that will serve you very well. Like the Ebon's Scythe on the very first floor from Asaka Luray. Then as you move deeper into the zone, you get like the Bone-Bladed Claymore. the enchanted fine steel sword and other enchanted fine steel weapons, which are all pretty solid. And the nice thing is, all the named mobs have a 100% spawn chance. There are no placeholders in Befallen. So yeah, definitely skews toward melee classes. Whereas Blackburrow skews a little bit more towards casters. And Najina also is pretty caster heavy. Najina actually has a couple of really actually useful focus effects for casters that, I mean, I'm using one of them actually. The Clawed Knuckle Ring is like the most readily available source of extended enhancement 2, and there is no extended enhancement 3 yet. So, and that drops off of Najina herself, I think. It was either Najina or Drelsna. Oh, you played Asheron's Call based? Yeah. Back to mob grinding. Yep. I enjoy games where I grind for gear. So yes, I do also play a lot of Path of Exile. Which, by the way, in the next PoE 1 league, because I play PoE 1, not PoE 2. The next PoE 1 league is going to start in the gap between the end of open beta and full launch. So we will have a couple of days in there of streaming PoE. You know, like 3 days. Maybe, yeah, I think like exactly 3 days, because I think it launches on the 24th or something. And beta ends the 21st, launches on the 28th. Yep, absolutely. We'll do the level reset loop for Wiz and Druid. Yep. No question about it. And it's kind of convenient also, because the teleport gnomes on the docks start charging money when you get to level 20, which is also around the level when ports start kicking in for Druid and Wizard anyway. So kind of works out there. But yeah, thinking I might go go spend some time in the sewers, do that head quest a few times. Oh, I just realized we're not actually in a personal instance. We're just in the open world. We forgot to make an instance. That was just normal +1 open world stuff. Okay, well, if Overseer's up, I'm assuming everything else is up. Let me just go check EOV, then we'll... Wow. It was silly. I came back from... Actually, you know what? No, we're just gonna... Take that back. We're gonna actually just loop around to the beginning, make the instance, and go from there. They are the mage portals. Yep. Yep, Druid and Wizard have the teleport fast travel spells. So you will definitely want to level them up by, let's see, I think by about 25 on either class. Oh, the Eye of Aviation is up. You know what? Open world mode. Yeah, you know what? Open world +1. I mean, we did the multiplayer version, which should be the same thing. So let's just do it, since it's here. No reason not to. Resisted? Yeah. That was 1. 2. Lots of damage. Ooh. Oh, because I didn't click Mage Hunter. Hey, Popper Panzer, thanks for that follow right there. I appreciate that. Welcome to the program. Doesn't Rokeels have... Oh, Extended 3? I think you're right, actually. I think Rokeels does, but Incasters and Bards only. So, doesn't count. Yes, Auto Grant does work. It's only, it's a few core spells. Not even necessarily 1 per level. Ooh, oh, that was bad. I think we're actually gonna die on this one. There we go. Okay, we got it slowed. Into balance stance. Yep, Clear Whiz. Yep, swap to... Yep. Yeah, or, you know, do your starting trio, like, you know, Cleric, Warrior, Bard up to 25. Then, you know, swap one of those classes out for Druid, level that to 25. Then swap, you know, swap one class out for Wizard, level that to 25. And then, you know, back to your main trio. I'm gonna flinch. Start time on slow. Time on slow, 17. Can we get him to 50 before we start reslowing? Any advantage to doing it as a single class? Yeah, basically those early levels give you really fast, easy AAs. So you want to only be leveling one class at a time, basically, to maximize your easy AA gain. 1... 2... 3... 4. There we go. Oh, that's bad. Real bad. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Oh, jeez. Oh, that was a horrific damage spike that came in. That's minute 53. We're gonna be, I think we're okay on... Ow. Mage Hunter. Let me live. %. 14%. Oh. All that for another enchanter sapphire that we already had. That's like the 4th one of those we've dropped, by the way. 4th or 5th one. Let me catch up on chat now. In the meantime, we'll create an instance. Solo non-responding +1. Create. Yes, please. Warrior Ranger. Agnostic Ogre War Druiz. Then switch into Warclare Ench. Very good. Alright. Oh, also, yeah, no, that's why we were dropping wind runes, because we were in the open world version of the zone that isn't bugged. Alright, this Gorgolosk over here is very lost. So let's, let's get back to Overchannel so we can actually land spells. And yeah, leveling like 10 to 25 on any class in Befallen is really easy. So, and really quick. So you can, and in that 10 to 25 range, you'll gain about 15 or 16 or 17 AAs. So you can basically bang out like a whole archetype, you know, like that costs like 246, or a class AA that costs 369. Like, you know, do one of those per class. And like, you know, one casual play session can easily level a class from 10 to 25 in Befallen. So yeah, just do one class at a time, like that, and yeah, get all those free easy AAs, so that by the time you're ready to actually start leveling for real, you've got a bunch of AAs banked, and you've had a chance to also pile up a bunch of upgraded gear from that zone. You know, and by all means, you know, jump over to Blackburrow and or Najina as well to fill out all your assorted gear slots. We will leave. Actually, let's go ahead and pull that Spirited Harpy out of the way. Yep, and yeah, I'm gonna get around to recording my AA guide video at some point. Thought about doing it tonight, but you know, maybe we'll do it tomorrow or Tuesday or something. Basically going over kind of the general priority idea of AAs. Well, I mean, obviously you got to get Pottery Mastery first. I mean, that's just a given. Like, I mean, if you don't have Pottery Mastery, you're doing it wrong. I mean, but only because, you know, Underwater Basket Weaving Mastery is out of era, so that one's not available yet. Gotta wait for the Buried Sea to get that skill, and the AAs related to it. Yeah, underwater breathing, you know, if... Yeah, it's unfortunate that the lung capacity AAs exist when absolutely everybody can just get a fishbone earring and plug it into their Evander's hoop. Pack rat, I mean, if you're going to be a monk, pack rat's actually really useful. Otherwise, you know, coveralls, mystic pouches, and treasure hunter satchels are readily available. You know, when you get to kill Vox and Nagafen 5 times each every week, like, my entire bank is just Vox and Nag bags. I'll start a group chat and spam, yeah. Hey, I remember doing language spam sessions back in the day. It was actually fun. On, said progress through dungeons. It's not like WoW with a set named boss at the end. Nope. So, you know, some dungeons, you know, like Najina, actually has kind of a linear progression through the zone. Now, you kind of wander around the different branches of the zone, getting keys, and the last key gets you to Najina herself, who's effectively the final boss of the dungeon. But, yeah, but only in that, you know, she's used the last key to get to her, and she's the highest level mob in the zone. Yeah, there's no, it's not like doing dungeon runs in WoW or 14. Though, there will be a system. It's not active yet. There will be a system where, if you create the zone as a non-respawning instance, you can play it on sort of like dungeon crawl mode. And, if you clear out like all the named and so much of the trash or whatever, you get bonus loot for clearing the dungeon. So, the exact specifics of that are not yet known because they haven't been implemented yet. And yeah, typical dungeon will usually have a wide variety of named, you know, bosses and mini-bosses throughout the zone. Like, Befallen has Luray, Troll Shadow Knight, I'll count him. The others, Mage, Gynok, Rogue, other thing, Footman. Like, Befallen has, like, 10 bosses slash mini-bosses. Najina, I think, has about the same. You know, like in Najina, for example, the first mini-boss is a fire elemental who's, like, a 15-second run from the entrance. He's at the beginning of the zone. He drops a really good monk weapon, among other things. Got the notes. Not what they're for, but motes. How do you earn them? They're just random drops off of mobs globally. Yep, just random global drops. Notably, the quality or tier of motes that you receive are based on the difficulty tier of the zone you're in. They'll drop at least the, like, tiers. Motes range from +1 to +10. They will drop at least at the bonus level of the zone difficulty tier you're playing in. So if you're playing in +2 difficulty, all of your motes will be at least +2. Possibly higher. So if you want to go, if you want the best possible moats, you need to be playing in +4. And you'll get a steady stream of +4 and +5 moats. And maybe if you get a little lucky, you might get something higher than that. Although moats above +5 are rare. 4s and 5s, you know, kind of drop like candy if you're playing in a +4 zone. Also keep in mind, a zone at +4 is substantially harder than it is at +2 or +0. I've gotten +6 moats from Befallen. And anything above that is exceedingly rare. I've dropped greater potential are the +6s. I want to say I've gotten like 13 or 14 of those total ever. I have gotten superiors +7. I've dropped 1 ever. Grand is +8. I've dropped 1 ever. Ascendant is +9. I have dropped 1 ever. And then the +10 is infinite potential. I have never gotten one of those before. Yeah, I've seen other people linking their +10 drops, but I ain't no fortunate son. You know, it ain't me. Oh crap! We got the whole island, the whole room. Crap, we're dead. And yeah, all right, didn't work that time. And of course, they landed their Giga Stun immediately, and so we got obliterated. 10-second stun is no joke. Hey, more questions, by all means. Can I farm drops as I level with Druid? Absolutely. And then clear it faster. Yep, as you get better gear, yeah, by all means, you will absolutely start leveling faster. Yep, and, yep, you can, like in open world, you can swap between, like, 0 and 4. And then on a personal instance, yeah, you can, if you're playing on +1 and it's too easy, drop the instance, make a new one at +2, and run that. Ton of Marcos? Macros. Okay. I mean, I never really used a lot of macros in the first place, other than just like calling assist and assisting the main tank, so. Bandolier was getting iterated on. Is it? I gotta actually see if Bandolier is back in the game right now or not. It was in. Something about it was broken. It got taken out. I'm not sure if it's back in yet. Bandolier toggle window. No, we'll do control. There we go. Ah, it's back in. Okay, there you go. Yep, Bandolier is a thing. Yeah. Also, by the way, two-hand bash is available as an archetype AA, so you don't have to worry about macroing to a sword and shield, hitting bash, and swapping back. You can just two-hand bash for the low price of 6 AAs. Or just get a Fiery Avenger. That works too. This Fiery Avenger has built-in two-hand bash. Yeah, macro is instant and free, yeah. Chippy. Chip. Alright, let's see. Let's see, can we try that again? Is there another harpy we can use for that? Oh, there's a Gorgalask. Okay. Oh, come on. Alright, we will... Come on. Alright, Gorgalask, I need you to... Got her. Okay. That's the way you do it. Play the guitar on the MTV. Yeah, that ain't working. Yeah, that's the trick. You gotta pull the Gorgon to the corner there very carefully. Yeah, so Gorg just pops out through the wall instead of aggroing all the other shenanigans. Alright. Now we have a good working strategy for Gorgalask, so we can include her in our rotation regularly. Although, man, she is being very resistant once again. Oh, and by all means, yeah, do not apologize for asking questions. That is part of why we're here. I mean, it's even in the title of the stream, for that matter. And, yeah, Window, good night. Hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow. I am also very excited to, be able to see people actually logging in on open beta. And then, actually really looking forward to actual launch. I tell you, like, Plane of Sky is just so gimmicky that half the zone is just knowing how to kind of out gimmick the zone and work around its shenanigans. The old breaking groups for hate and fear? I do, unfortunately. Absolute emotional damage. Yep. Yeah, 0 out of 10 would not recommend. Oh, we got another one of these. Just, same crap as before. Of course. Pal Zerk more damage than Pal Eng? Yes. Yes, it is. Zerk is a lot of damage. Though, admittedly, you know, the Enchanter pet does contribute. I mean, he tries his little heart out. On the other hand, you know, Enchanter adds a lot of utility, and Zerker has 0 utility. It is just purely a damage class. And I remember trying to hit DA in camp. Yup. Yep, locking down a dozen mobs at a time. Yep, and then spell fizzles and, you know, whoops. Everything's off mez. Whoops, you're dead. Whoops, everybody's dead. Yeah. The bad old days. There are, you know, elements of the halcyon days of my youth, for which I am quite nostalgic. Those are not quite the adjectives I would use to describe breaking into fear or hate. Yeah. Whoops, you stood up from FD too fast. Here's your DT. You know, those are the times that try men's souls. And then, yeah, you add some PvP on top of that. I was a bluebie, though, so, at least didn't have to worry about that level of nonsense. Hit FD, the same server tech as he got DT'd. Survived. Based. Stooge. You think I could get away with solo playing Zerk Pal Necro? Yes. you're going to be leaning hard onto necro taps, but they work. Um, I mean, my first kit did not have slow on it. Playing, Paladin, Cleric, Berserker. And, was able to solo my way into raid mobs. So, oh, and what server I am launching on will be Freeport. I'll say that's what I call Pal Claire mixed with SK Necro. Hey, or, if you think of, for those familiar with 3rd edition D&D character optimization, you might know the prestige class Priest, famous for being one of the most OP prestige classes ever printed. Yeah, I just picked Freeport because of the name, because it's my hometown. So yeah, lots of streamers and RPers going to Rivervale. Old school raiders and TLP mainly going to Freeport. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just going there purely for vibes. First edition guy. All right, based. I have never actually played first edition D&D. I've played second edition. 79 to 81 based. Yeah, I actually got my first D&D set. Man, we were still living at the old house. I want to say around 1994. 93, 94, something like that. And, unfortunately, I had no friends, because I was like 8 or 9 years old. So, had no friends, so couldn't actually play the game. Read the books, learned the rules, could not actually play the game. Yeah, didn't actually get to play my first real game of D&D until many years later. I was in my 20s, actually. Because that was 2000... I started that in 05. Yeah, I don't think I got to play my first game of D&D until, like, 2007. Yeah, you played the original pamphlet from Gary, based. Actual boomer. And, oh, hello there, an Essence Carrier. You're a long way from home. Yeah, depending on which sociologist you ask and where they draw the line between generations, I just narrowly missed being a Gen Xer because I was, by like 3 or 4 years. So I am just a filthy millennial. or you know, or some people would classify me as a zillennial, basically from that like kind of age bracket. It's like from like the tail end of the Xers into the early millennials. That's you know the group of people who know how to use a rotary phone and also know how to use a computer. Like, we figured out email on the fly, but we also know how to use rotary phones. In your stream, some good people to hear from Vanilla Days. Oh, thank you, thank you. Gotta get to bed. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I gotta work in the morning also. Well, I do know. I know how to, and I have. I did my I did early schoolwork on a typewriter. I mean, it's the same layout as a computer keyboard because I use a QWERTY keyboard. You know, sorry, Dvorak enthusiasts. I would like to learn Dvorak because it would be better. It's objectively better than QWERTY. Because QWERTY is designed to slow you down so you don't break your keyboard. Or so you don't break your typewriter. I mean, I also know how to use DOS. And I actually, to this day, I still use the run command on Windows. Or, the run box. Like, I'll open files from the run box. Especially if they're in an inconvenient folder path. Because it's quicker to just type out the folder path than it is to click down through, a bunch of folders. Bird crotch. Yep. All right. For the Pokemon enthusiasts, who would win in a fight, Spirok Lord or Hawlucha? Yeah, Parrot Man with abs like that. You know someone somewhere has written some kind of dark romantasy novel. Yo, let's go! We finally got it. Better late than never. We can finally get our Paladin Haste Belt. Thank you, base Spirok Lord. I do not have to bully you anymore. All we had to do was compliment his abs. That was the secret. God, how many Spirok Lords did we kill? Alright, that actually helps a lot. Because now we will be able to swap our gear around for some other things. No Afridi. Alright, now did you also kill the Dojorn? Because remember, it drops off the Dojorn. Or Dejorn, or Dehorn, or I don't know. Alright, we're gonna pacify the Undine Spirit. Then we invis back up, so because Sister's KOS. I don't know if pacifying the spirit is actually necessary, but I feel better when I do it, so... Oh. Nope. Nope. There's an essence carrier. I think everything's mezzed. Yeah. Alright, everything's mezzed. That aggro on this island is so weird. Somehow we can pull a whole train out through the drakes, not aggro them. And sometimes we pull one Sphinx, and it aggroes a drake or two. And, oh, somehow we actually de-aggroed the spirit. Like, it didn't want to leave the building. The Undine Spirit actually just de-aggroed. And, yeah, you have to kill the Dojorn to spawn the Overseer. You kill the Overseer to spawn the Hand. Oh, hello there. Sphinxian Ring. Okay, we'll take those, I guess. Trent Tier, don't care. Alright, these idiots can just stay here, honestly. We don't need them. Remez them. Click up and wait for them to despawn, or to de-aggro. Yeah, the Undine Spirit just noped out. And, oh, the Shadow Knight Ring. Oh, what? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. At all. Oh, come on. Oh, no. I'm gonna click down. That should have dropped aggro. If the Eye of Vishen follows us this whole way, I'll laugh. Is he gonna follow us this whole way? Is the eye gonna... Okay, no, he de-aggroed. Okay. I was gonna say... Stupid essence carrier. The Shadow Knight ring. Oh, that's for the pearlescent pauldrons. Okay. Also uses the Fey pauldrons off EOV. Okay. Because Shadow Knight actually needs 2 different EOV drops. Which is kind of weird. Alright. I find outside, just gate when things get fishy. Fair. Yeah, normally... Yeah, normally if you click up to another... if you click like 1 or 2 islands away, most stuff will usually just de-aggro. Especially if you mez it and can get 1 or 2 islands ahead, it'll usually forget about you. Usually. Not always. What are we still missing for Paladin Quest, by the way? No, we're missing one of the Aldrin drops. Aldrin. Oh, yeah, the frickin' Bixie sword blade off the bees. Oh. Gag. I mean, the bees aren't even that bad once you know how to handle them. Especially if you can mez. Alright. Let's... Utility. Let's just get a pet made real quick. Also, how are my, how's my tiny dagger supply looking? I have 75 tiny daggers left. We're fine. So, alright. I wish we could have, getting the, at least we got the, what the? Oh. The essence carrier is still on this island. Okay. Oh. Shouldn't have. Alright. It's fine. Yeah, you know, Thelvorn has the same ratio as Aldrin. Aldrin has better attributes on it. That essence carrier still hanging out up on the last island. What a dick. We may have to, may have to just mez that, now, depending on where that essence carrier is, we might just either mez it or do, something to deal with it. Alrighty. You know, that little, a little hiccup there, you know, gotta have something bad happen to offset something nice happening. So, you know, it's all good. Just getting karma'd for actually getting our Spirok Lord drop finally. So, it's fine. I would like to get a Woo's Fist of Mastery as well. I forget what all that one takes. What all does... I was like, we can get the Monk Haste Belt. Because we have a Tear of Quellius. That one... Oh yeah, that one takes the Nebulous Sapphire. Right. We have not seen a Nebulous Sapphire yet, so... We've seen several Brass Knuckles, plenty of Windrune Nezas. We have not gotten a Nebulous Sapphire yet. So... That's one of the few Sister of the Spire items we've not dropped yet. Alright, there's the eye. Where is the... Alright, this Essence Carrier over here. We're just going to kill it. Did we summon? Okay. Hopefully... Actually, you know what? Let's be smart. Let's pacify it. Come over here, behind everything. Pull it back here. So we don't aggro the eye. Yeah. Let's play smarter, not dumber. Yeah, the Monk Belt is fantastic. I mean, to be fair, you know, even the lesser Sky Belts are still really, really good. Alright, and then this idiot will spawn an Essence Tamer when he drops. Fortunately, at least the Griffins are just a one mob split, unlike the horses. And there's no chain of spawns. It's just kill the yellow Griffin, it pops a red Griffin, you're done. So, you know, no fuss, no muss. Also, yeah, with the eye over here, unless he drops what we're looking for, we'll kill the eye. Yeah, if he drops what we're looking for, cool. Otherwise, we'll just speed run one or two more, however many instance charges we have left, and we'll just speed run the eye. We won't bother with any of the other mobs. All right. This creature would take an army to defeat. You know, I don't think so, actually. I think it will take substantially less than an army. But, I mean, it's still going to take, maybe several attempts to slow it, but, it is what it is. Alright, and first cast. Nope, resisted. Heals out, though. Heals out for Harambe. Nope, no good. Nope. No dice on 3. How about 4? Show me 4. Boom. Alright, 4 it is. That's acceptable. I would call that basically average. Hooray for being average. Okay. We do have Wind Rune Lenas left. Good. I had to double check. I was pretty sure we had one saved specifically for the Girdle of Faith, but I didn't want to get back there and be like, oh my god, we don't have the Wind Rune we need. I don't think we even have to re-slow this guy. I think we can actually just push right through and kill him. Yeah, 22 strength, dex, edge, 45 haste. Yeah, just madness. Yeah, going by vanilla itemization, Sky Quest belts last all the way through Kunark into, like, the back end of, Velius. Like, until you're in NTOV, you're not replacing that belt. Ethereal Emerald. I'm pretty sure we have one of those already. Ethereal Emerald. Yep, we do. Rip. I wish I could just give that to somebody, but... Why can I not, There we go. Yeah. For some reason, the leave and quit button was not working, so we gotta wait for it to kick us out, but, it's fine. And then, I mean, admittedly, though, plus 10ing an item is tremendously difficult. grab a Wind Rune Lena. Wind Rune Lena. Just grab there. And like the only realistic way you're getting like much above like say +6. Well, I should say actually with moat combining you need a massive amount of moats. But you can combine moats up to like +8 hypothetically. Though the cost is gigantic. And Windaz73, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. And there it is, the Girdle of Faith. Huzzah. Finally. I wish the Bone Clasped Girdle Exaltation was usable by Paladin, but it's not, so the Burning Affliction 3, not that we use it, but it's going away. Infinitesimal, just one of those. Minor, 2 of those. Lesser. I have 49 lesser modes. 2 vanillas. 5 majors. Beautiful. Yeah, 15 AC, 46 haste, 11 strength, wisdom, agility. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so we can plug that in on the belt slot. Then storage. Have our Brewer's Mesh Cloak, or is that in... Where's our Brewer's Mesh Cloak? Brewer's Mesh Cloak. It's equipment 23. Okay, well, just grab it. Yeah, we will replace our Cloak of Flames with a Brewer's Mesh Cloak. Click comes out. Click goes in. There we go. We also need to update our hotbar. And there we go. All right. We ditched our Cloak of Flames, which was like, you know, the weak slot out. And all right, there we go. Looking much better now. So let's... Oh, why is just the interface is for some reason not working. Let me just camp real quick. Just log out and log back in. Alright, let's try this again. Create instance. There we go. Alright, +1 solo Non-respawning. Create. Yes. Alright, we're just going to speed run the EOV here. Hey, you know what? I like the human bucket helmet look. It's, mana buffs are faded, I know, and I don't really care. It does not affect our ability to do this fight, so whatever. I might recast Clarity before we fight, but that's about it. You know, haste is still good. Fact is, the fight also just doesn't last that long. Once haste lands, the fight's over in about 2 minutes, so Clarity just doesn't have a chance to matter. You know, we get more mana out of just remembering to switch to recovery stance. See, Mr. Spirok Lord? Now I don't have to bully you anymore. Everything is just, it's better for everybody. We might do, if there's no ads up on Sister Island, we'll pop Sister real quick. If there's no nonsense. Which there is nonsense. Okay, so we're just not going to bother. Yeah. There's a little bit of nonsense here. We're just going to skip it. Just speed run the EOV. Alright. And fine. Alright. Does the EOV Island have any out-of-place essence carriers? Checking the radar. Doesn't look like it. Okay. That's good. Guard up. Mage Hunter on. Iovation. Tashed. Shiftless Deeds. Resist. Resist. Number 3 going out. Resist. Come on. Average number 4. Nope. There we go. Got it on 5. Got a minute 42 left. Yeah, probably good. I don't think we're going to need to reslow. Also, we're doing 469 on smites now. Nice. Two, one. Yeah, the fact that Smite is unresistible makes it so useful against this guy. Alright, Mr. Iovetian. You saw that, Spirok Lord doesn't get bullied after giving up his items, so, if you would please give us the Mithril Bands, then we can go our separate ways. That is not what we needed. That is another Blood Sky Ruby. That's another Kildorn. Solo, non-respawning. How many times have you reset it? A lot. A lot. I'm actually curious how many of these how many items we have of this guy have we not seen? Alright, Nebulous Diamond for the Harmonic Spear. I'm not sure if we've seen that one. I don't think so. Mithril Bands, we have... oh, yeah. Beast Lord also needs the Mithril Bands for their weapons. It does... Berserker does not use the Eye of Vishan at all, actually. That's interesting. Oh, wait. Ifriti Greatstaff, which can be an EOV drop. Okay. But you can get that... They can just get that off the Dojorn as well. So... let's see. Cleric. Druid. Storm Sky Open, we've not seen that. Large Sky... Sapphire we've seen many times. Magician. Large Opal we have not seen for the Magician. Tear of Quellius for monks we've seen several times. Necro uses the Greatstaff also. Paladin, yeah, the Large Sky Diamond. We saw that on the very first kill, actually. First time I came up here. Shimmering Pearl for Ranger. We've seen 2 of those. Blood Sky Sapphire for Rogue. We've seen that once or twice. Shadow Knight. Yeah, Blood Sky Ruby. We've seen that twice. Have we seen the Fey Pauldrons, actually? Fey Pauldrons, actually, we have. And a Winter and Izo. Yeah, we can get the Pearlescent Pauldrons for Shadow Knight. We've gotten both drops for that now. Yeah, Shadow Knight needs 2 EOV drops. Shaman, we've gotten Symbol of Vishan 3 times. Warrior, Ethereal Emerald, we've gotten that several times. Wizard, Large Sky Lapis, yep, we got that one. So what we've seen a pretty sizable chunk of the loot table. We've seen like 80% of the loot table or thereabouts. But given the rarity of some items. You also consider like the level of progress I've made through the game. You know, I've been playing like, 6 or 8 hours a day. If you go back and like look at the VOD length for like any given night stream, we're doing like about 7 hours a night on average. 7 days a week, basically. Yeah, because what was the plate at? Yeah, a little over 12 days. So 140, 288. We've played about 290 hours in about 50 days. Yeah, 50 calendar days. So yeah, we've been averaging more than 5 hours a day every day. You know, somebody playing a more human schedule would, another Undine Spirit, we're just going to leave it be. I just don't want to deal with it. Alright, check for essence carriers. Make sure we're safe. Looks like we're safe. Mage Hunter, over channel. Alright, first cast. Got it on the first try, based. Yeah, now also consider through that time span, you know, in addition to just playing a lot, that's also playing a pretty optimized build most of the time. And also, you know, from someone who spent, 13 years playing, bleeding edge content on live and memorizing every element of the game. So, probably, I probably, blasted through content at a, more efficient pace than most people will. And also just probably sank more hours per day in than most people will. So I think most people will progress fast enough to feel good, not fast enough to get bored. You'll always have the weirdos who just obliterate content and play all day and all night and run out of stuff to do because they've simply consumed all the content. You take offense at that? Yup. Yep. We are absolutely weirdos. Oh, hey, Wednesday is almost here. Is that a another Tear of Quellius for Monk for another Woo's Fist? You know what? I'll actually grab that. Just make an extra Woo's Fist if I feel like it. I've gotten so many Tears of Quellius. Oh, we are out of charges. Oops. Alright, well. Can you dual wield Woo Fist? You sure can. Alright, let me grab those pearlescent pauldrons. I want to get like one more in once the... fine. Yeah, Fey pauldrons. Grab those. What was the other? Yeah, Fey pauldrons. Oh, the Sphinxian ring. Where's that? I know we dropped it. There it is. Sphinxian ring, and what do we need? What was that, an Enna? Isa. Sarkis Ebonblade. Alright, Fey pauldrons. Sphinxian ring. Gives us pearlescent pauldrons, which are actually really good. Yeah, Shadow Knight gets, like, actually pretty good options from a lot of their quests. Though, Pauldrons of Power exist also and are also usable by Shadow Knights. 15, actually, which would have been 9 Strength, Int, Wiz, Charisma. Strength versus Strength, Int, Dex. 50 mana, 10 AC by default. Yeah, pretty, you know, kind of a wash on the pauldrons there. Sitting in the sky a lot, getting all these done. Yep. It is definitely a long-term project, as you can see. Well, we can put Summoning Haste 3 on our belt. Woo. Just can cast Gravity Flux from enchanters. That's, I guess, cute. Yeah, Windrune Neza, Autobank, one mask. Oh, we can actually do the mask turn in for bards. Windrune Meta. I think I have some of those left. Windrune Meta. I have one on me, as a matter of fact. Dracus. Spellsinger. Here we go. Oh, there it is. the Mask of Song. 3 to all stats, 7 to all saves, 12 AC. Actually, really good. Yeah, actually, it's like surprisingly good. Now, the Triumphant Mask exists as kind of the main competition, I think. And also usable by bards. But still, yeah, all stats, all saves. So it pluses up quite nicely. Auto bank that. Let's see. Windrune Kala. Yeah, auto bank that. The Sky Ruby. Didn't we have a for Shadow Knights? Didn't we have the ability to make? Did we? Oh yeah, Sky Ruby. Oh yeah. Find item. We need a Kala. Do we have any Kalas left? We have one Windrune Kala left. And a War Axe. 3D War Axe. Grab that. Hand that over into Sarkis Ebonblade. Windrune Kala. And the Blood Sky Ruby. And there's Kildorn. The Blood Drinker. Yeah, very good weapon. Oh, the Ifriti... Oh, you know what? We can make an Obtenebrant Mithril Guard also. Pretty sure we have another Ifriti War Shield on hand. Find item. War Shield. Oh, maybe not. We might have gotten rid of it. Or it might be in the Dragon Horde. Yeah, Ifriti War Shield. Okay, shield. Shield. Retrieve that. And I'm pretty sure I have another Windrune Hedda on hand. Yes, I do. So, Sarkis. That, and a War Shield. Produces the Obtenebrant Mithril Guard. Very solid shield. Autobank. Autobank. Alright. We will hang on to that. Brill's Girdle. I think we can actually probably just throw that out, but we'll auto... Oh. Bank is actually full. Okay. That's fine. Oh. Spirok Air Totem. Oh, this one we can also turn in. Tablet. Air Totem and and a Beza. Okay, yeah. Alright, turn those into Ranger, Animist. Ah, here we go. Torgon Blade Master. There you go. Pauldrons of the Blue Sky. Very nice. With Spirit of Cheetah every 3 minutes. Which I think is actually a faster cooldown than the spell itself. Mentioned Roadkill having extended enchantment 3. Yep. Oh, we gotta get caught up on chat here. Can you do... Let's see. Like how you're having to pick specific classes to even do Sky and kind of want more variety. Well, remember, that's if you want to solo it. You know, you can come up here with 8 people and just blast. Even, you know, like 3 or 4 people. You can just blast. Alright, I think that's probably all we can turn in right now. The Griffin's Beak. Is this the thing we can... This was a Necro thing, wasn't it? Yeah, Necro. you have any necro crap we can turn in? Ring of Vishan. Pulsating Ruby. Fine Cloth Rement. Black Silk Cape. Griffin's Beak. Oh, is just the, and another Lena. Okay, whatever. Alright. I think we're more or less caught up on turn-ins then. Alright. Yeah, 3 minutes to kill. Okay. Then we can do one more EOV. So, like, do we actually... Oh, you know what? Well... Dragon's Horde. Do we have one more Lena we can spare? Windrune Lena. Okay, in fact, we have... several. Okay. And this goes to... Drakus Bloodcaster. Griffin's Beak. There we go. Oh, we have the Silken Strands for Monk also. Those are backstraps, along with the Kaza, Dove Slippers. We have we have one more Windrune Lena actually. Windrune Lena. To Holwyn. Quellius. There we go. There's a Golden Sash of Tranquility. Absolutely glorious. And we got a Silken Strands. Uses a Windrune Kaza. Not sure if we have any Kazas to spare. Oh, we have okay. Retrieve one Kaza for Holwyn. Silken Strands. There we go. Backstraps. And, oh, Dove Slippers plus Jaka. Do we have a Jaka to spend? Not sure if we do. Jaka, we have one Windrune Jaka. What else does Jaka need to get used for? Thornstinger, Dagas. Skycleaver. Staff of the Magister. Quite a... Jaka actually gets used a lot. But, okay, yeah, Windrune Jaka. We'll retrieve that. And a Dove Slipper. I know we have one of those. Give this to Holwyn as well. Along with that, Windrune Jaka. And there we go. Got some backstraps of Mastery for both the back and wrist slot. And Sandals of Alacrity with instant cast Alacrity on 2-minute cooldown. Very nice. Very solid. Storage, deposit all. Okay, now we should... Yeah, okay. One solo non-responding. All right, last EOV of the night. Oh, nice. Yeah, we'll be inadvertently unlocking primaries here soon. Yeah, if we had another week to grind this, we would basically be unlocking every class. I was looking for the most damage I think would perform best in a group with 2 others. Let's see, Monk Rogue Bard or Monk Berserker Bard. Ooh, I want to say Rogue will probably hit bigger spikes with with backstab, especially with the availability of striker stance. You know, Rogue in striker stance just deletes enemies. Monk Berserker will probably have better sustained damage. You know, good constant, damage with good constant uptime versus big fat on demand burst damage. They probably get to something resembling the same overall. It's just, yeah, do you want to just coast and, because Berserker Stance is just cruise control for cool. Kind of like Caps Lock. But, Backstab makes things disappear. Also, keep in mind, yeah, in Berserker Stance, you are holding aggro, unless the tank is also in Berserker Stance. It is, yeah, it is really hard to hold aggro off of somebody who is in Berserker Stance. That's true. Feign Death is a thing, so yeah, you can, when you pull hate, just get ready to feign death on demand. You may have to, at least because, like, Rogue at least has evade. Yeah, you may need to feign death as, like, ghetto evade. Okay, we got a nice free and easy. Don't see any out of place mobs. So we should have a completely free sister. Oh, she's got her fancy sword. She's got her Jenny Warblade there. Too bad that doesn't indicate that she'll drop it. So we will kill her, and then we'll... Because she's free, we'll kill her, and then we'll kill the eye. Bard also is going to be bringing a lot of utility to the group in form of resists and attack buffs and, rune and all the and mana regen and all the other Bard stuff. So Yeah, Jackson's Jig is a thing. To actually help with endurance maintenance. It's not a huge amount of endurance recovery, but it's more than 0. Yeah, Mage also nice because, yeah, you get the free rogue pet for just a pile of extra damage that doesn't cost you anything. And yeah, inversion for just weaving nukes between swings. Very valid. Glowing Diamond again. Boy, she really likes giving me the Glowing Diamond. Dirty Bones. Hello, welcome to the program. What do I have? 0 experience in any EQ game. Shin Legends. Shadow Knight, Cleric, Shaman be good? Yes. Yes. That would be very smooth, very easy. Yeah, great first character. Yeah, it'll, yeah, I was gonna say, might feel a little low on damage, a little slow to level. Shaman in particular, I think, is a bit of a late bloomer. You gotta get kind of into the mid-20s or really into the late 30s for its core spells to really come online. Low-level Shaman feels kind of weak, especially compared to Cleric, which Cleric is great from the start because it's just always the best healer. Shaman is a bit of a slow burn, but whereas Cleric basically peaks at 39, Shaman just keeps getting better until you hit 50. Let's see, out of zones. If I pick, I mean, your race choice is largely an aesthetic and roleplay question. You know, trolls, ogres, dark elves, and Ixar are all evil races. They're not welcome in polite society for the most part, but you can fix that. If you go around and you kill a bunch of bad guys, you can, you know, raise your reputation with, with normal people, and then the normal people won't want your head on a spike. Shadow Knight being, is, an evil class. So again, not welcome in polite society. uh, yep. Frogs are goody two shoes. Lizards are pure concentrated evil. Because the lizards all worship Kazakh Thul, the god of fear, who is one of the big bad evil guys of the setting. Whereas the frogs are a bunch of goody two shoes paladins. Plate armor looks really cool on frogs, actually. I mean, maybe a little silly, but like silly in a good way. Ink Raid. Ultra pissed raiding with 100 people. Hey, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome, raiders. So, Q-Cucks hitting the follow right off the bat. Thank you for that. Big Wilfred, howdy doody. Elkstronics, hello, hello. Covered in sweat. Oh, there we go. Finally slowed it. I lost count of how many tries that took. Lil Piss. You cast a spell, you look awesome. Oh, thank you. Oh, let's see here. Toby Cat VA. Thank you for that follow right there. Yeah, Ultra Pissed, likewise. Big Wilfred, finally remembering to hit the follow button. Thank you, thank you. Maggie just took a bunch of tries to barely beat any 3. Well, I'm not dressed up right now. I'm pretty casually dressed right now. Also, nighttime. How's it going? What was the pretty all right, what was going on with the interrupt clear? Also, by the way, for all the returning faces, we finally got our Spirok Lord drop, so we finally made our Paladin haste belt. After making like 5 other haste belts first. Oh, Ultra is just really bad at the games. Even simple tasks are exciting. DPS is just not there. Had to try it like 7 times. Well, it's just Fortune filing for divorce. Oh, only my entire channel points gambled down the drain. Hey, you know, don't be the gambler who stops gambling. You know, the diamonds are right there. Just keep digging. And just a little more. You had one more chance to gamble, you'd win. Exactly. 99% of gamblers quit right before they win big. Symbol of Vishan. Crap in a hat. That's the 4th one we've gotten. You know what? I wanna... do we... Oh, you know what we need, actually? You know what would make me feel better? Nice round of, Dojorns. 1 hour lockout needs adjusted till secrets. Had to, you know what, I mean, I was speed running some instances, so, you know, that's why I ran out. It was kind of by choice. I think the 1 hour lockout right now is pretty on point, actually. Hey, Mr. Noble Dojorn. I don't know, how noble is this guy anyway? Like... Stupid Blade Storm. Alright, actually, I think killing the... Ooh. And we'll actually kill the Blade Storm first, because they have very low HP. Yeah, we've gotten... Oh yeah, we also finished our Wind Striker today. Also, yeah, we made our like, whole bunch of stuff. Did a couple of... haven't really touched Beast Lord quest yet, oddly enough. That's the one that's like really kind of lacking. Enchanter, we actually are missing a bunch of Enchanter stuff. Monk, we've done a bunch of Monk stuff. Necro, we actually have a couple. We have a couple of Necro drops. We're still missing the thing for Aldrin because that last piece sucks. Because that's the Bixie sword off the bees. That thing is a myth. Ranger, we're actually one Gorgolosk drop away from unlocking Ranger as a main class. Rogue is kind of getting there. Shadow Knight, we're actually most of the way towards unlocking Shadow Knight, oddly enough. Shaman is also getting pretty close. Wizard, kind of making it there. So... Supposed to release an EQ2 zone in October. Yep, we're getting Nectropos Castle. And that's just the new content that we know about. Who knows what other kinds of goodies are coming down the pipe as well. Yeah, Spellblade is... Yeah, the thing with Spellblade... Because the problem is it's RNG based. So that right there means you're trading... away consistency. And at the end of the day, consistency is pretty much what wins fights. You know, or what keeps you grinding without downtime. So it's like Spellblade's efficient, but it's streaky. So it's great for passive healing. But not your main healing. It's like passive supplemental healing. Like you put Word of Healing, from Cleric on your Spellblade while you're in a group. Great passive group healing, to offset AoE damage. Great for that. Which class is the hardest to unlock? That's a good question. Some of these drops are worse than others. What do we get here? In Nefriti Wormall, we do not need those anymore. Zweihander, we don't need that anymore. And Trentfists are garbage. So, Because hypothetically, they, like, on paper, they should all be kind of even. Because you do the same thing to unlock all of them. It's, you grind all the same stuff. Hypothetically, just going by the sheer number of quests you have to do, I might be inclined... I might say Magician, actually. Magician has a lot of quests you have to do, and a couple of those drops suck. Actually, Magician has 2 drops. It also has a... I take it back. Magician has 3 drops that suck. Magician's pretty rough. Bard... Bard's a little rough. Bard's got... like... 2 drops that suck. Beast Lord... Claw. Oh, yeah. Beast Lord kind of sucks. Yeah. Beast Lord's rough. Zerk. Zerk's kind of rough also, actually. Cleric. Cleric is easy except for 1 drop. 1, maybe 2 drops. 1 kind of bad drop, 1 really bad drop. Druid... Again, yeah, Druid has 1 drop that sucks. 1 that's... Yeah, 1 that's pretty bad, 1 that's really bad. Everything else is kind of easy. Enchanter... That one's easy, that one's easy... That one's kind of bad. That one's... crap. That one's inconvenient, but not hard. That one's a little rough. That one's easy. Enchanter is probably a little easier than most. Magician sucks. Monk... Actually, not that bad. Monk has 1 drop that sucks. It's easy but rare. Necro... Necro's not bad, actually. Yeah. Necro, actually... Necro has 1 bad drop, but everything else is pretty easy. Paladin... Paladin requires fewer drops because Paladin got completely boned on Plane of Sky. Paladin only has 4 Plane of Sky quests. Everybody else has, like, 6 or 7. And you have to do all the Plane of Sky quests to unlock a class. The Golden Hilt sucks to farm. Which, oh, by the way, for everybody tuning in now, we did get our Golden Hilt drop finally, so we did get Thelvorn. There's our Thelvorn finally. Not that we're gonna probably ever use it. Yeah, the Ivory Sky Diamond for the belt sucks. The Bixie Sword Blade for Aldrin giga sucks. The Golden Hilt is a trash farm. It's a little inconvenient. It's a rare drop. It's not terrible. It's annoying, but not awful. Sphinx Claw, it's medium. Large Sky Diamond is kind of medium. I'll say Paladin, despite having the fewest number of components, has like 2 or 3 of the worst components in the zone. So it just has no easy bits. It's just terrible. Ranger's pretty easy. Yeah, Ranger's pretty easy. Rogue. That Bixie Stinger is kind of bad. Rogue's not terrible. It's definitely in the easier half. Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight's rough. Shadow Knight's real rough. There's a couple of crappy items in this. I'd say Shadow Knight's probably second only to Mage. Shaman's not horrible. Yeah, I'd say Shaman's actually reasonably easy. Warrior. Oh. Warrior has 1 drop that is miserable. Everything else is not so bad, but that 1 miserable drop is awful. So Warriors... I'd say Warrior might be even with Paladin in that regard. That 1 drop is so awful, it makes up for a couple of easy ones. Wizard... Wizard's not bad. Actually, Wizard's... Box of Wind is a little rough. Wizard's not bad compared to the others. What else have you not gotten yet? Living in Sky. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff I haven't gotten. Like, the one thing I have actually been trying to farm for, which is the Mithril Bands from the Eye of Vishan, which is the what you need to make the Cleric weapon and also the Beast Lord weapons. And I have not gotten one yet. In, I don't know, 30 Eyes of Vishan at least. We have not gotten that item yet. You know, the Eye of Vishan has, I think, 14 total items. 14 or 15 items on its loot table. And we've only seen about 12 of them, I think, in about 30 odd kills. Never kaput. Also, by the way, Cookie Monster, thanks for following. I appreciate that. Glad to have you on board here. Never kaput. Is there a limit to how many times you can clear Sky in a day or week? Basically, you can do it once per hour. Also, I mean, if you want to, you can just make you can make a respawning instance. Everything respawns every hour. So, yeah, you can kill every enemy once per hour. So you could just live here, day in, day out. And if you hate yourself, yeah, there are no weekly lockouts in Sky. Oh, that Essence Carrier. Just gonna pull this Overseer out to the corner here. Comes Razor O. Yeah, no weekly lockouts yet. You know, and if they ever added like an 8th or like a 9th island or something and added a actual pinnacle boss to the zone. Not that anybody wants more reasons to come to Plane of Sky. But yeah, Plane of Sky just uses, it's basically treated like an open world XP zone, as far as timers go, so. I love memming spells in the middle of combat. God Kills and Dragons have a weekly limit, yes. You get full loot once per mob per difficulty. So you can do, let's say, Maestro of Rancor on difficulty 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 each week. Each difficulty is its own lockout timer and resets on Tuesday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time or 8 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, and those weekly timers apply to Master Yale, Finnegan Tropos, Nagafen and Nagafen, King Tranix, Warlord Scarlon, Magus Rokill, Vox, does Priest of Nagafen? I forget if Priest of Nagafen counts as a mini or not. I forget if he counts as a lockout. Either way, I mean, he's a throwaway mob either way. So yeah, Nagafen, Vox. In Plane of Fear, it's Dread, Fright, Terror, Draco Lich, Kha'Zix. In Hate, it's Maestro and Interrog. Most patches have been pretty quick. And And because we're in beta, not live production time, patches have tended to be on Tuesdays and tend to just be kind of whenever QA says it's okay to push it live. So you know, beta is a very separate environment than production time. Because, you know, when you sign up for, when you signed up for beta, you know, you did so with the expectation that stuff would be kind of all over the place. Zweihander, we don't need. An extra warbow. Alright, we'll take that. And a battle axe. I don't know if we need any more battle axes, but yeah, we take those. 8-hour patches each week for 20 years. Yeah, even the longest patches have only been like 2 or 3 hours usually. Oh. Oh man, what time is it? Oh, holy moly, it is 2:30 in the morning. God, and I gotta get up and go to work in the morning. Let's do the hand and then see if we can't find somebody else to raid. Because holy cow, I have to go to bed. Also, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Anyway, since we got Windstriker, by the way, I want to go try out archery tomorrow. Well, technically later today, but, you know, tomorrow night. I want to actually go level ranger a bit, see if we can have some fun with archery. Hello, Mr. Hand of Vision. On the other hand, if we don't have time, I don't know. There's a couple other things I would like to try to do. You know, like, I'm kind of curious. You know, seeing the difference between, like, solo mode raid bosses and multiplayer tier raid bosses. Could I go solo multiplayer in a Interrupt +4? You're expecting a hand? Well, eh. Nah, sorry, you'll get another Ifrit who's been doing ab day every day for the last 1,000 years. And these Ifrits do, like, you know, they're like Bateman maxing. They do like 1,000 crunches a day. Yeah, there is a hand in Guck. Is there a hand in Unrest? I can't remember. Also, by the way, we are at 396 followers right now, so if 4 of y'all hit the little button there, we can hit 400 and get a nice, nice little landmark. Puddlefoot21, thank you for that. Yeah, it's 397. And Never Kaput, thank you also. 398. Tismith 3638. And Acronymus 84 is number 400. Thank you all for that. And oh, hey. We got some golden... Hey, that was the piece of the Golden Ifriti cosplay set I was missing. Huzzah. Yep, Mana Stone is out. Oh, and, I was gonna say Ifriti Wind... Ifriti Dirk. I've not seen that one before. Okay, we need that one. The Wind Staff only has one use. We don't need that. But, hey. Golden Ifriti Vambraces for, Oh! I know. Alright, I know what we gotta do at some point. We gotta do a little fashion quest at some point to complete our cosplay set, because we got to make a new, I want to make a new, what you call it? There's some art assets for, like, video, thumbnails. So, okay. Yeah, we got to do some of that tomorrow. So we might actually change plans a little bit. We might not have, try to get some Ranger stuff in, but I want to do a little fashion quest for fun tomorrow. Shaman Edge Ranger. Okay, should be interesting. How much time do we have to make another instance, by the way? 21. No, we're not waiting another 21 minutes. So, alright, so... you're leather if you're a high elf female paladin. Wait, nah, I'm just gonna be a male human here, so, just use, Shaman as your third, and, can't eat solved. Yep. Also, we made it to, what, 423 AAs? So, you know, AA XP in Sky is not amazing, but you end up killing a lot of mobs. The XP does just kind of roll in over time, you know. It's not super fast, but you're working on other stuff, and the AAs just kind of take care of themselves. So alright, so we got a couple of goodies we want to try to accomplish tomorrow. We will leave Sky behind after many hours. Sadly, no cleric drop yet, or maybe we'll, I don't know, maybe we'll just speed run a couple of EOVs tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, I gotta call it a night. I have been at this for, 7.5 or more, almost 8 hours now. I gotta get up and go to work in the morning. So, let's go find somebody to raid. Let's see, who's, same category. If any, is there anybody worth raiding? Let's see here. Happy Sunday. Can Mr. Pete's be a legend? Sure. Alright, I only see one. Oh. Alright, I only see one other person here. Alright, well, let's go raid him. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, everybody who is in chat, even if, or lurking, or watching out in VOD land somewhere in the future. My name is Tim. We'll see you back next time. Good night.
あなたとの約束を果たしてみせる。